chance.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Well, looks like we meet again. Somewhere between Earth and the Abyss. Gathered together. This little journey. Well, I guess it's Tuesday. News on the Tues. Good to see everybody who has shown up so far. I see a baker's dozen cats. Just running around. Aaron W. Shakespeare. Mo and Nope. So Life. Nadia. And that might be it. Either way. Oh, no, and Schmegley. And a Schmegley. I see you, Schmegley. Good to see you all. I have way too many videos today. It's out of hand. Who made this list? Jules says hi. Hi, Jules. Good to see you. Good to see you. Didn't see you slip in there. All right. Yes. Let's start in the same place that we always do. The United States. You're unsubscribing. Why are you unsubscribing now? Why is my computer lagging? What? What do I have running right now? Literally just normal shit. Oh, well, since Soul Life unsubscribed, I think we can't do the stream. Just gonna have to cancel it. Well, that's it, chat. That's it. Here we go. Here's playing myself out. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I guess we'll start in Ohio, where totally normal
Just
American stuff is happening.
Patrol responded again to the same location on Kelly Avenue after the dispatch center received shots fired calls, as well as multiple gunshot victims arriving at area hospital emergency rooms. Between EMS and self-transports, it was later found that there had been 25 people total who were injured. Of the 25 victims, one 27-year-old male has been confirmed deceased. The latest update we have is that of the 25 victims, at least 2 remain in critical condition this evening, in addition to several who have been admitted with injuries and the one individual who sadly passed away. Some victims were treated and released from the hospital, and the victims range in age from 19 to 43, with most of the victims in their 30s. The scene was littered with spent shell casings, mostly pistol caliber rounds, stretching from Kelly Avenue and 8th Avenue all the way to Kelly and 7th. We recovered 2 handguns at the scene. Based on the layout of the spent shell casing, it appears consistent with someone driving by shooting out of a car. We believe that some individuals at the party may have returned fire based on physical evidence at the scene. We do not know if the shooter or the vehicle may have been hit. We have no description of the vehicle to provide at this time. No arrests have been made yet, and we have no suspect information to provide.
Yep, basically the same story we hear every day here, where gun violence is plaguing this nation. Legislators refuse to do anything about it. Meanwhile, the authorities, cops, have usually very little to zero information about who it was that they should maybe be looking for or anything like that. So it's just, this is the world we live in. What is 4 stars for a cop general? I don't know, honestly. Couldn't say. Maybe a captain? Okay. All right, let's go to Brooklyn Park, where more of the same mass shootings. I mean, we're talking about 25 people in that. If you didn't hear, 24 people were wounded and 1 person was killed in that shooting. It's ridiculous. I have no idea how many victims we've just here on this stream, like, been made aware of by these things, but shit is just out of control. Let's go to this. This is in Brooklyn Park, where 2 children were shot and hospitalized.
And that breaking news unfolding right now in Brooklyn. Eyewitnesses tell us there's been a shooting in a park, and the victims are kids.
Let's get right to Eyewitness News reporter Lucy Yang, who's on the scene. Lucy?
Well, we're on the 2200 block of Dean Street here in Brooklyn, where you can see behind me there is a very large police presence out here, an active investigation after 2 young children were shot this evening. We're told it happened shortly after 9 o'clock. A 9-year-old girl and an 11-year-old girl. Thankfully, both are in stable condition tonight, but they were shot just a short while ago. This is the Hilltop Playground, a community playground that's very popular in this neighborhood. They've waited for years for this playground to be built and opened up to the community, and now you have 2 young girls shot this evening. We have a soundbite from an eyewitness from just a short while ago.
I'm angry, I'm upset, I'm hurt because there's local children that are in this park all the time. I mean, that child I just literally seen like Saturday, he was like, hi, how you doing? I was in this park with my grandson, who's a year old. So, I don't know. This is different.
It's very frustrating. Just in a community park, 2 kids trying to play. Thankfully, they are alive currently, but I'm sure they will literally and figuratively be scarred for life. 4 stars could mean police chief or sheriff. Well, I don't think it's a sheriff. So yeah, it must be chief of police. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, let's look at this as a way to discuss gun culture that we are seemingly almost never able to not look at here at this stream, but let's do it in a different way. This is from the Associated Press from 16 hours ago, where an art exhibit, wait, is this at the Met? I can't remember where this is at. Where an art exhibit attempts to tackle the culture of gun violence in America.
The show is made up of 64 steel-plated steel panels gold, plated in 24 karat gold, that were shot with a variety of munitions and guns, as well as a singular sculpture, the marble sculpture behind me, called November. Foreigners looking into America, and very specifically their, problems with mass shootings and the ease of getting guns, the fact that people can even own guns, is, it's a curious thing to foreigners, and I think this is Maurizio's commentary on that.
I believe it's a critic of the gun possession in America, so it's making something beautiful with something so accessible that could be so dramatic with humanity that is the reality of a lot of people.
Okay.
The criminal trial of Hunter Biden.
No, not yet. Settle down. I actually kind of want to go back and look at this. Just want to look at this wall.
And that breaking news unfolding right now in Brooklyn. Eyewitnesses tell...
How dare you go back 2 videos? That is so rude.
The show is made up of 64
Oh, God. Honestly, and this piece includes the bench. And this honestly feels like our culture in a lot of ways. Gold-plated steel blasted by guns with a person lying on a bench looking sick. The exhibit literally makes you sick. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be making anybody sick, but sometimes art does evoke reactions, I suppose. Definitely gets one out of me, but maybe I'm biased or something. Okay. Now, let's continue talking about guns, but let's talk about a specific case of one gun. That being the gun purchased by Hunter Biden that, weirdly, Republicans are very worked up about.
The criminal trial of Hunter Biden, the son of U.S. President Joe Biden, has officially kicked off in Delaware. It's the first criminal trial of the child of a sitting president in U.S. history, and it involves gun charges. Here's what you need to know about the case. Last year, Hunter Biden was charged with lying about his use of illegal drugs when he bought a revolver in 2018 that he possessed for 11 days. He now faces 3 felony charges stemming from the purchase and has pleaded not guilty. It's one of 2 criminal trials he faces. The other involves federal tax charges brought separately in California. He has pleaded not guilty.
Now, I find it absolutely shocking, just cuckoo bananas, that Republicans aren't just immediately coming to the aid of Hunter Biden and his First Amendment or Second Amendment rights. I mean, oh my Lord, the Constitution.
That case as well, and the trial is set to begin in September. A plea agreement that would have resolved both the gun and tax charges without prison time collapsed last year. The Delaware case is expected to center on Hunter Biden's years-long crack cocaine use and addiction, which he has discussed publicly and written about in a 2021 book. Prosecutors are expected to present videos and photos of him smoking crack.
So, I find this to be fascinating, right? Because you don't hear about these sort of cases being brought very often, right? People in America basically can just buy guns nearly ad nauseum, right? There's very little restrictions on what you can do, and they're upset that he lied on a form, which, hey, I'm for getting worked up about that, but you know, lying on a form is pretty easy. All you have to do is write down something contrary to the truth. So you know, maybe we need to figure out a better system, like just not giving out guns to everybody and to children. Just a couple days ago, we saw a goddamn story of a child getting shot by another child. It's ridiculous. Anyways, earlier today, the opening statements have begun in Hunter Biden's federal gun case. It's quiet. Sorry, I just realized that the volume's slightly lower. I fixed it. But yeah, we don't even need to look at more of it. Jury, it took like a day for them to seat a jury in this case, and you know, it's just interesting that this would be something that Republicans would be at all concerned about. And the fact is, I feel like they're being kind of quieter than you would expect, right? You'd expect a lot of hubbub the other direction about it, but really, they just hate Hunter Biden so much that they're just willing to kind of forego some of their principles for it. If they have any. If they have any, it's the Second Amendment. Alright, now let's move on to this. Pause. Where is BCAT? I don't know where BCAT is. I can't tell you that. How would I know? She is her own woman. Oh, you think it's penis envy because of the laptop? Could be. Could be. Alright, let's skip past this. I don't have time for this. Let's go straight to this one. Actually, no, we're not. I'm not gonna skip. I'm already on it. Let's watch this, where apparently hundreds of pounds of meth were found in an Airbnb home.
Shocking discovery at a home in Alhambra. More than 200 pounds of meth found
Holy
inside
shit.
that house that was actually rented on Airbnb. NBC4's Darsha Phillips live in Alhambra with more for us tonight. Darsha.
That is some Breaking Bad
Colleen,
level.
this was crystallized meth found in plastic bags and placed in.
Have you ever, any of you, heard somebody refer to meth as quote-unquote crystallized meth? I gotta hear that again.
Yeah, Colleen, this was crystallized meth found in plastic bags and placed
meth.
in boxes. Police not saying what the street value is. 2 people are under arrest, but this is likely part of a much larger operation.
235 pounds of meth found by a cleaning crew inside this Airbnb in Alhambra.
I saw 4 police officers. 2 of them were talking to the lady that I had never seen on their patio.
Some who live on South Ethel Avenue in Alhambra didn't want to be shown on camera, but described what they heard and saw back on May 24th when the drugs were found, and police.
So yeah, this was at an Airbnb. So what I'm assuming is that people went in. Where's Walter White exactly? I know it's literally, it feels exactly like a scene from Breaking Bad. I'm pretty sure, just like they did in whatever it was, season, was it 3? When they started doing the tents in people's houses, they basically did that at the Airbnb, right? And made just a massive amount of, as that woman would say, crystallized meth. But yeah, okay, let's move on. I just thought this was wild because we already have enough criticisms of Airbnb, and I just found it amazing that that people have decided to start using Airbnb homes as drug labs. Free Palestine. Free Palestine indeed. Do what you gotta do, Moan Up. Do what you must. What are we doing? Ah, yes. Let's look at this. Hold on, I think I gotta set this one up. This was Kwesi Mafume discussing allegations that somehow Fauci and the CIA conspired on COVID-19.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you and Ranking Member Ruiz for this opportunity. Dr. Fauci, we owe you an apology for the way we have raked you through the mud, and none of us have said to you, here's where you go to get your good name and your reputation back. It's the most unfair thing I have seen. If there were evidence, if there were facts that supported the charges, I, like everybody else, would be interested, but we haven't seen a damn thing to suggest that these accusations are accurate. You've been a hero to many for 54 years, 5+ decades. You helped lead this country through the anthrax scare, through AIDS, through Zika, through Ebola, through SARS, and through COVID-19, pandemics and epidemics. We owe you a collective thank you. You are a world-renowned scientist and an American patriot. And whether or not people want to believe that, that's on them. But those facts are undisputable. For a year and a half, the Republican majority on this committee has sought to weaponize genuine scientific questions over COVID-19 and to vilify our public health officials and our nation's scientists with unsubstantiated, with baseless, with allegations that just can't stand the light of day. And so they've tried to do that with COVID-19, and we are here now as a result of the aggregated amount of foolishness that has taken place. And I've always said to this committee, every time I've had a chance to speak, let's go back to when we were in the heart of the pandemic, when our family members and friends and coworkers were dying left and right, when we were afraid to get near anybody, where we wanted to wash down our groceries before we brought them into the house, where we were willing to put on masks or headgear if it would keep us from being infected. And we turned to our leaders and our public health officials and scientists for answers. And we got some, but then we didn't get some. And then we got some later, like Dr. Deborah Birx, who was Donald Trump's expert on the virus, who said, no, bleach won't do it. Yep. Don't inject yourself with it. And who also said publicly on the record that thousands of American lives could have been spared.
Poison.
Spared if we had done what we were being told to do by the scientific community. At least one thing is clear. Those 1 million...
I always felt bad for Deborah Birx having to go up there and literally, I feel like, correct Donald Trump just over and over again, and then just kind of to his face. It was painful to watch sometimes.
People who died as a result of these conspiracy theories will never come back. And those families have empty seats at the table year after year. And we do a disservice if, at the very least, we don't acknowledge their deaths and the harm and the hurt that has been done to their families and learn how to find a way to trust science going forward in this country. Dr. Fauci, you've been accused over and over again of going to the CIA headquarters and sitting down and having a meeting with the CIA to construct a way to make sure that COVID raged in this country. Is that correct?
That is incorrect.
Dr. Fauci, have you been to the CIA office in the last 20 years or headquarters?
I went to the CIA decades ago during the anthrax attacks to discuss the possibility of terrorist attacks.
Thank you. I wanted to get that on the record because that's just the latest.
Well, if we take Dr. Fauci at face value, which I do, no collaboration with the CIA to make the pandemic worse for the American people. Yeah, no kidding. Good God. All right. MTG pissed you off here? Oh, she said some wildly ridiculous. What did she say after? I can't remember. We just listened to it. It was like, was it 2003? Okay, thank you. What did she say? I can't. Was it to Manu Raju? He caught her in the back halls and said, what did she say? She was like, didn't she say that Fauci deserved to be tried for treason or something? I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was wild. It was completely nonsensical. But I think it was something else too. I can't remember. I cannot remember what it was. Ugh. I feel like I gotta go back and watch these things. Okay. Now, let's go on to this quickly. See what Jamie Raskin had to say about the political rhetoric being used in this hearing by Republicans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to salute you on this fantastic staff report, which has eye-popping findings that debunk what the majority has been saying. It's summer in Washington this week, and we like to say on Capitol Hill, it's not the heat, it's the stupidity. And what's happening with the Republicans on this committee is a case in point. After using the Select Subcommittee as a megaphone for outlandish conspiracy theories, House Republicans have once again found themselves in a situation where their own investigation debunks their extreme political rhetoric. Now,
seriously though, how many of these hearings in the past, what, not even 4 years, less than that, last couple of years, they've all gone awry.
Just like the impeachment drive proved that there were no crimes, much less high crimes and misdemeanors committed by the president, this investigation of Dr.
The only thing I know about the Biden laptop, for instance, which was supposed to be the very biggest scandal of democracy of ever, is that it exists, that he owned a laptop at one point, and that it may have had some dick pics on it, apparently.
Fauci shows that he is an honorable public servant committed to public health, and he is not a comic book supervillain. He did not fund research to create the COVID-19 pandemic. He did not lie to Congress about gain-of-function research in Wuhan, and he did not organize a lab leak suppression campaign to cover his tracks. These are outrageous concoctions, fabrications, and distortions. And today, Dr. Fauci's testimony, alongside the thousands of pages of documents and dozens of hours of closed-door testimony provided to House Republicans as part of this so-called COVID origins investigation, will once again dispel these cartoonish claims and reveal that the people bowing down to a twice-impeached, convicted felon who told Americans to inject themselves with bleach want you to believe not only a big political lie, but a big medical lie too.
Okay. Cool, I think we get it. Republicans are continuing to do literally nothing good for the American people, as usual, but they've really run out of stuff to inflict on people, seemingly. Been going through that list pretty hard. Reproductive rights, LGBT rights, voting rights. They're just running out of stuff to destroy. Okay. Oh god, I just realized. Do you all have 10 likes yet? 19 likes? You're one like away from 2. I'll give you a support character though. It starts with a 1. That's gonna be a bacula. Okay. Let's move on from some of that, but we're not quite done with the political in the United States. First, let's look at this video from the Associated Press from a day ago, where they're going to tell us how Trump's deny everything strategy could possibly hurt him at sentencing. Now, of course, we all know that has basically been Trump's full strategy: deny everything, also cast aspersions. I would point that out, and then just postpone. It's been his main legal strategies.
Former President Donald Trump has had plenty to say since he was convicted of 34 counts of falsifying business records in his hush money trial in New York City. He's attacked the judge. He's attacked the case. He suggests that he should have never been charged. He's called the allegations rigged. And this is all in keeping with his deny everything strategy that he employed during the trial, and it has been his go-to approach in dealing with allegations of wrongdoing throughout his career.
As far as the trial itself,
wait. 20 likes, and I forgot to give you Bacula, and I just rolled a 2, so it's going to be a Bacula and a Cisco. Just hanging out right next to each other. Clearly they are pals. So beautiful.
it was very unfair.
However, heading into his sentencing on July 11th, it's possible that this approach might not be the wisest course of action. And that's because judges like to see defendants who stand before them after a conviction express remorse or accept some sort of accountability and acknowledge some sort of wrongdoing. That's not true.
Oh my God, even the suggestion is completely laughable. Just thinking about Donald Trump going before a judge and an entire group of people and saying, "Oh, I was a bad boy." He would never do that. He would never do that. He would never do I did the very best. You people suck. The judge was corrupt. The verdict was corrupt. That's basically, I feel like, nutshelling what he would say in some sort of a statement of contrition. So yeah, I mean, the thing is, the judge could in fact give him jail time. I mean, supposedly, according to everybody, this judge doesn't want to give Donald Trump jail time, even though, according to everything, it seems like he should. But to talk about politics a little bit more, specifically the presidential election, I figured we would quickly look at this video here from Zateo from a day ago, where Mehdi Hassan spoke with a couple of individuals about, actually, I guess they're pastors? Yeah, I guess they're pastors. Mehdi Hassan spoke with top black pastors about Biden's election chances.
In early 2020, Joe Biden's election campaign was on life support. Biden was seriously struggling to attract much attention or gain momentum. His polling numbers were awful. He struggled in the debates and struggled to win early primaries. Then came South Carolina. Black voters there gave Biden victory in that all-important primary. It also reminded everyone that black voters are the base of the modern Democratic Party. In fact, black voters would continue to show up for Joe Biden the rest of the campaign. In the general election that November, he took more than 90% of the black vote, according to Pew. But a lot can change in 4 years. Recent polling shows black voters are much less interested in Biden and the Democrats. Many of those voters complain that the president has done little to earn their vote. Some say they would even consider voting for Donald J. Trump. And Gaza is also an issue for a lot of them. The Democrats might want to dismiss the ongoing genocide as an issue only for pesky Muslim and Arab voters in Michigan. But as the New York Times reports...
What is the CP5? I don't know what that reference is.
Back in January, 200 black clergy members in Georgia alone signed an open letter calling for a ceasefire. Joining me now to discuss and debate whether Biden is doing enough to keep black voters on board and whether he can win re-election without the same level of black support he had in 2020 are Don Calloway.
Oh, I just realized what it is. It's the Central Park 5. Sorry, the abbreviation's totally I was like struggling so hard. Just clicked while I was doing. Oh yeah,
Democratic
no,
member
thank
of
you.
the Missouri House of Representatives and now a Democratic Party strategist, and Pastor Michael McBride, a founder of Black Church PAC and the lead pastor of the Way Church in Berkeley, California. Thank you both for joining me on Mehdi Unfiltered this week. Pastor McBride, let me start with you. You told the New York Times back in January that Gaza is, quote, not a fringe issue, and that there are many of us who feel that this administration has lost its way on Gaza. Is that the view of a lot of black members in your congregation? A few? Some? Like, how big is this in your view?
Well, it's great to be here with you. I would say it's an overwhelming majority of members in certainly my congregation and across the country where we are speaking with folks and meeting with folks. People do believe that the president and this administration, and by extension, the Democratic Party, has lost its way on this issue. We are a people who want to believe in defeating the triplets of evil. Dr. King talked about racism, militarism, and economic exploitation. All three of these triplets of evil are at play in the way in which this administration is supporting Netanyahu and the genocidal campaign of the Israeli government. We believe there has to be a course correction. I don't think it's a fringe. I think it's a mainstream thought process within the Black community across the country.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Oh, God. Yeah, I do feel like he's right on with that one. Sorry, I'm also reading chats. A bunch of people showed up while I wasn't paying attention. Good to see all of you. Afroponics, Donald James, Six Dragon, Stephen K. I think there's more people in there, but I have not been paying attention to chat enough. That is on me. Hold on. Let's keep watching this, but it's like 15 minutes long. I can't watch the whole thing. Actually, let's listen to what this other guy has to say.
How do you explain the fact that Joe Biden's lead over Donald Trump with black voters has dropped 20 percentage points since 2020?
Yeah, I'm not exactly. First of all, nobody is excited about the Biden administration, but that's okay. Joe Biden is pepperoni pizza at a big-ass family reunion in which everybody couldn't decide on what type of pizza. So the uncle stepped in and said, listen, we're going with pepperoni, and everybody's going to be happy because guess what? Everybody is going to...
As somebody who is a fan of pizza, I take offense to that analogy. This is why you like the show, because nobody else covers it, Teo? Is that true? Is that true? I'm trying to think. Actually sounds a little true in my brain.
We have to remember that the Democrat...
He is also like... he did just create his channel like 2 months ago. I feel like some people are just catching up.
Party is the party of the big tent. It always has been, and it always will be. The Republicans on the other side get in line, regardless of whether or not there's a demonic dictator at the helm or whether there's a more country club traditionalist Republican like a Mitt Romney or a W. Bush. So you're always going to have broad dissent within the Democratic Party. I do not fundamentally believe, first of all, I don't believe that Donald Trump is going to win this election. Second of all, I don't believe that black defectors have moved from Biden in numbers that are statistically significant enough to cost Joe Biden the election. Certainly black men have not. And no, talking to Kodak Black and other rappers does not signify substantial...
20 percentage points since 2020 doesn't worry you?
No, because that's over 4 years. That's not one fell swoop, right? And so statistics can be a little fudged there. But I will tell you this, and the pastor is absolutely right. The vast majority of politically active African Americans are deeply concerned about Gaza and Palestine. That is...
Exactly, and that's the base that you need to be out there for you, right? And the fact is, people are feeling either disenfranchised by that, or they've just completely checked out of politics. You see it a lot right now, especially in the younger generation to some degree. I mean, while we do see a great wave in some cases, but there's also a great number of what I would call sort of like people who have checked out. I had a better word for it, but I totally forgot it. My brain, I hate my brain sometimes. I get distracted. I start ADDing out over here.
Reflective of a 100-year tradition of African-American intellectuals rooting for and encouraging and advocating for a free and liberated Palestine. However, black voters
Don't get ahead of me, Afroponics. We're going to get there.
Do not have and have never had the luxury of being single-issue voters. So do we care about Palestine? Absolutely. But do we vote for Palestine? Excuse me, do we vote against Joe Biden in the interest of Palestine? Against reproductive freedom? Probably not. Do we do that against our own voting rights and, frankly, against the ideas of democracy? Probably not. But we are absolutely right for the uncommitted votes we've cast all thus far in this primary. We're absolutely...
No, not low information voters. That's not what I mean. Because, I mean, if you've checked out, you're a no information voter, right? You had some amount of information. It could have been high, could have been low, could have been medium amount of information, right? But the information that you saw, or whatever else that might be going on in your life, you know, has caused you to completely check out of it, right? And I think a lot of young people, for whatever reason, have checked out, or been just distracted by other things that are less shitty to deal with, right? And that's it's a battle that somehow needs to be won. It's very, you know, and like I said, it's not across the board.
Right. The pastor's absolutely right that we deeply care about the issue, but I don't think it cost Joe Biden the election in the general.
Pastor, do you agree with Don there that, look, people care about Gaza, but black people can't afford to be single-issue voters and are not single-issue voters?
Well, I think it's accurate to say that we're not single-issue voters. I think it is always the height of optimism with my Democratic operative friends who love to say that there's nothing to worry about. The margins of victory in this last election cycle are the margins of folks who may stay home. The idea that there's nothing to worry about, I think, is the same wishful thinking that folks thought when Hillary Clinton was running against Donald Trump in 2016. And we ended up with a terrible president that we must defeat in this Republican nomination side. None of us want Donald Trump. Donald Trump is an existential threat to this country. But I will say that many of the young people, many of the black men that we're speaking to, I don't hear them saying they're going to vote for Donald Trump. I should hear them saying they're not going to vote at all.
So on that note, Don, it isn't just about voter intention, whether it's Biden or Trump. It's about voter turnout.
Yeah. Right now, the enemy is going to be the couch. People not having a reason to go vote. People not feeling like they're being heard. Not feeling like they have any any options that suit them and or anybody speaking to them, right? And Afroponics kind of hit on it earlier. Biden hating on immigrants. We're gonna talk about it very shortly here. And the fact is that Biden choosing to do what he's doing right now with regards to asylum and things is appealing to the center that never left Biden to begin with. And it will not be, it's not an effective strategy. It's not going to be an effective strategy. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm going to listen to a little bit more of this.
Pastor, is this a generational issue where young black voters are more angry with Biden than older black voters?
Me?
Well, I think it's important to appreciate that what this administration has done.
What did I lie about? What is that directed at me, Del Solverde? What have I lied to you about?
Younger voters is criminalized protests on campuses, which now make them feel as if we are being asked to support an administration who clearly came out against our constitutional right to protest.
I just realized that might have been a response to something else. Oh, God.
Lift up our voice,
So
many of which in a non-violent manner. And so part of what I think is a worry right, is that too many folks downplay the kind of angst and the kind of disenchantment that is attached to not just this single issue of Gaza, but to the ways in which police brutality and police murders are still at an all-time high. The economy in many of our communities are still causing so much economic desperation while we are sending hundreds of billions of dollars to other countries to fight wars. So it's important, I think, for us to appreciate, while we may not be single issue voters, the generational consciousness around the interconnectedness of these issues is what's going to cause, I believe, a voter depression if we don't get out early, which is like yesterday, helping people make the connections to see that Trump is the existential threat and we vote for ourselves, not for a candidate.
Let me ask you this, Pastor.
I think it's a really hard, it's a really hard sell right now, right? I think that's part of the problem, right? That people, the people that he mentioned, the activist class, if you will, like the subset of the population that would consider themselves activists, or that other people would consider activists at least, are being essentially, literally repressed in multiple ways, right? And they don't want to get out and tell people to vote for the people that are repressing them.
Help! I'm being repressed!
You're not in ADD meds either. It can be a struggle. It can be a struggle. Okay, let's talk about the thing that we were just kind of alluding to. There's more of that Zadeo video, but we gotta press on. I'm already deep into this stream. Okay, this is from a day ago, where one of those reasons why Biden's making it more difficult for people such as us who want to have a political effect of some kind. We have strong opinions on the issues, but here he comes to ruin the day. Biden, this is a day ago, from CBS Evening News, where Biden is expected to issue an executive order restricting asylum at the border. Whoopsies, I just clicked the wrong video. Don't play. No. Wait. Are you gonna work?
President Biden signed a presidential proclamation today to severely restrict asylum at the border. It's hard not to look at it through the prism of election year politics.
I've come here today to do what the Republicans in Congress refuse to do.
This is an issue that,
I mean, this is a ridiculous strategy, because once again, it only appeals to right-wingers who hate Joe Biden. They have the hate of Joe Biden on the right wing is literally like a multi-million-dollar industry right now, right? How many fuck Joe Biden flags have they sold now, right? Like, how many FJB t-shirts and hats? Like, nothing he can do or say to Republicans is going to get them to come and vote for him. So who is he trying to get right now, right? Nobody. He's trying to get the same people who are currently telling us that being pro-Palestinian is anti-Semitic, the same people who never left Joe Biden's side and have been screaming for more years for him, no matter what he supports. And those people were already a lock. It does not improve his chances. So that's just my assessment of it. And I find it funny that CBS wants us to assess it. Because the second I start assessing it, it seems like an absolutely blunderous political move.
President Biden has pulled on very weakly. It's a major concern for voters.
The AP.
And so this is a way for him to say, hey, I'm doing what I can. The Republicans are not helping me. This is a very closely resembles Senate legislation that failed in February with large support from Democrats, but also nearly universal opposition from Republicans.
By the way, I would recommend anybody here who hasn't already maybe seen a video or two of this on YouTube to maybe go take a gander at a YouTube video about this asylum thing, and you'll just see it's littered. The comment section is just littered from top to bottom. It's not Joe Biden supporters saying, hey, great job, Joe. It's just a bunch of Republicans, right-wingers, just saying, not enough, you suck, this many immigrants have already gotten over the border, you're FJB, right? Like, this is, like I said, a fucking political blunder.
So this asylum ban takes effect whenever arrests for illegal crossings top 2,500 a day. The last time that it was below 2,500 was in January 2021, Biden's first month in office. It was as high as more than 10,000 a day as recently as December. It has dropped significantly over the last 6 months as Mexico has stepped up enforcement. We're now around 3,500, 4,000 a day, which means that this measure takes effect immediately. It's in effect right now. And it's temporary in the sense that it will end when illegal crossings drop to 1,500 for 7 days straight. Now, that's going to be a much harder bar to meet. Last time we were below 1,500 was during COVID. The measure itself is...
Wow, okay. So, yeah. Apparently, we've set up a bar that's impossible to meet, meaning that, and by we, I mean Joe Biden, meaning that this whole thing is going to cause people some real fucking problems. SCOTUS is probably the most corrupt of the 3 branches of government. Well, especially because of the way they're seemingly not held accountable at all by the branches of government that are supposed to, right? And so, you know, they go and they take bribes, no problems there. Nobody's recusing themselves or anything, and there's really no red flags raised by practically anybody about it. Now, is it the most corrupt? It's hard to say. There's so much corruption going on right now. The second, you know, the allowance of, you know, PAC money and all, like lobbyist money and all this stuff to go into our you know, our congressional system has absolutely upended democracy there too, right? I feel like they're equally shitty. Like the second I get on one side, I'm like, oh, but what about this? But you're right. There's some good people in Congress, but there's also a couple of good people in SCOTUS too. See, this is the problem. We can't. Not gonna quantify it. Can't do it. Both equally have problems that need to be fixed. Let's move on. Let's move on. We're like a fucking hour in. How is that possible already? Okay. Well, let's look at this. This is a quick discussion about private equity. First, talking about cheddar biscuits and endless shrimp.
One day after Austin Hurst worked a grueling 35-hour Mother's Day weekend behind the grill at Red Lobster, he found out he'd lost his job.
I found out through a customer who showed up at the locked doors. General manager never reached out. Corporate never reached out. I still haven't received an email.
The 22-year-old, one of thousands of Red Lobster employees, suddenly...
Yeah, no, we've kind of caught up with this like every couple of weeks, I would say. And this is the exactly what we've been hearing since the very beginning, is that employees were completely in the dark. Some people were getting random calls from other employees saying, hey, you need to come in and we're blah, 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 you know, you know, just, I can't tell you why, but, and it's very interesting just how hush hush they've tried to keep this.
Unemployed after the chain restaurant filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, shutting down nearly 100 locations across 28 states.
As soon as Mother's Day was done, they shut the doors and didn't tell anybody.
Over the next few days, media reports mostly blamed the company's financial woes on one thing.
Endless shrimp? Endless shrimp.
Bottomless shrimp doesn't come with a bottomless budget, folks.
The Endless Shrimp promotion, which let diners eat as much shrimp as they could for just $20. And while it did cause an $11 million loss, experts say that's not what sank the boat.
The endless shrimp is not the reason Red Lobster is in bankruptcy. The fundamental problem is that Red Lobster got involved in what's called private equity.
Former Labor Secretary Robert Reich blames private equity firm Golden Gate Capital, which bought Red Lobster in 2014.
Golden Gate Capital stripped away all the real estate, valuable real estate, meaning that Red Lobster restaurants had to pay rent on all of its real estate.
The move put $1.5 billion right into the coffers of Golden Gate, but forced Red Lobster to start paying
Oh, yeah. There it is. $1 billion went to Golden Gate. Meanwhile, 11 million, which is what, 1% of $1 billion, was lost by the shrimp. So it wasn't the shrimp. It was the fucking scourge of private equity. Once again, shockingly, profits over people didn't work. Well, not for people that like biscuits, at least, and shrimp, or lobster, or having a job. But before we leave the fucking deep, dank hole that is private equity, I figure we'd look at this More Perfect Union video from 12 hours ago, discussing how Alamo Drafthouse made millions, but workers got a t-shirt.
Hey, you guys worked an unprecedented movie event.
Barbenheimer Mania is here.
We made millions upon millions of dollars.
Barbie and Oppenheimer brought moviegoers back to the theaters in record numbers.
We served thousands of guests.
The film is so popular, it took me 2 hours to find tickets.
Here's nothing.
We were raking in millions of dollars on these movies just at our location alone, and yet all of us were just paycheck to paycheck, struggling, scraping to get by.
They like to pretend that they don't have money when we just had like a record year.
Alamo Drafthouse workers across the country are unionizing in an effort to restore the beloved dine-in movie chain to its original glory. Workers say ever since Alamo was taken over by a private equity giant, they're overworked, underpaid, and tired of getting injured for a company that refuses to fairly compensate.
Has anyone ever been to one of these things? I have not. I did not realize that these existed. It seems kind of strange to be interrupted by service while watching a movie. Like, usually you want to be like kind of really focused in. But hey, I mean, I guess some people.
The Alamo Drafthouse is a dine-in movie theater.
Maybe some people. I mean, it seems to be a business that's working. Just wondering if anybody here has actually gone to one of these things.
Provide full table service. We're like a.
What is happening? Why are we talking about MDMA right now?
Restaurant at the movie theater.
For servers, that's crouching, extremely physical.
You know, there are some people on this earth that MDMA doesn't affect the same way. In fact, I think there's like, I can't remember exactly what percentage of people it is. But I think there's some, not necessarily unsignificant percentage that it doesn't do the same thing as most people.
Activities the entire duration of their shifts, and that leads to injuries. It's pretty regular to see my coworkers in a knee brace, in a wrist brace, working while injured, and just making those injuries worse and worse because of...
I might not be that well versed on this subject, so I honestly wasn't expecting a conversation on MDMA to just pop up in chat.
The company's poor workman's comp situation.
Barbenheimer generated 300,000 ticket sales for the Alamo Drafthouse across the country. Box office for that was like a record-breaking, I think it was like $300 million. We were definitely short-staffed.
I was working 50, 60-hour weeks for a few weeks at a time when Barbenheimer first came out. We ended up receiving an email from our management that was just bragging about how much money the Barbenheimer was made and how many guests we served and how much food we served, and then we got no reward.
Wow, just gloating to your employees how much money you're making off their backs is such a bad look. Oh my god. This is a terrible letter. As you know, the highly anticipated Barbenheimer all caps weekend finally arrived and rocked our collective world. It broke records across the entire industry. At Alamo Drafthouse alone, we served over 304,000 guests, which is by far the most guests served in one weekend. In our post-pandemic world, we sold 65,586 bowls of popcorn, which is equal to 81,982 gallons, or 30 full concrete mixer trucks. Oh, God. Oh, God. As an employee, I'm just sitting there just doing the math. Like, how much is a goddamn ticket again? What did I make last week? Like, I get it. I totally get why these people are just like, yo, this is ridiculous. Hold on, let's move on. Can't watch this whole thing.
Lack of sustainable pay. People were tired and frustrated and done with being a part of one of the most successful industries in our country and still being the bottom crust, essentially, in terms of how we're treated and how we're paid. It was just such a consistent trend.
Geodragon has been to a restaurant like that? Okay. Is that true, Geo? Was it everything
among
cracked
my
up
conversations with folks that I realized that something had to change and we had to start doing something about it.
Cinema in the world, and what this union's goals are is to bring the experience that we deliver to customers to its workers. The union effort in our local stores is only going to be growing. With New York unionizing, now Colorado, this is not slowing down by any means.
If you love movies, if you are someone who cares about cinema and about filmmaking and the craft, you should care about the people who bring that to you. You should care about the people who serve that need and who bring that to you. It's the reason that the writer strikes were important. It's the reason that the Directors Guild and the Actors Guild all took action to build their communities up, and it's
Absolutely. It's all the same fight. It really is. Your boss, one time in lieu of giving you Christmas bonuses, got his wife breast implants. Well, that's incredibly thoughtful. That's just a thoughtful gift. You know, you can't fault him for that. Okay, I'm kidding.
Illegal.
That is ridiculous. That's just a ridiculous story. I can't believe that. That is wild. Okay, let's move on. How deep am I? Oh God, an hour and 15 deep. I haven't even started the environmental or climate change talk or anything like that. Oh God, and there's some we gotta look at this one. This is fucking ridiculous. I can't believe this only has 4,000 views. I think it's partly to do because it's from like an unknown MSNBC like offshoot YouTube channel. Oh God. Okay. Before we move on to environmental stuff, weather stuff, all that stuff, we gotta look at this. Okay. That company sucked. It sounds like that. It sounds like that company sucked. I mean, come on. That's fucking ridiculous. I feel like that's the story of capitalism, though. Okay, what was I doing? Ah, yes. Let's look at this absolutely fucking ridiculous story. And the fact is, in the back of my mind, I was like, this is gonna happen. And well, it's happening. This is from a channel called Stay Tuned. This is from a day ago. This man is trying to ban the use of roads for abortion travel. Wait, I fucked up. Go back. Yes.
What has brought abortion to the front stage in Amarillo, Texas is a man named Mark Lee Dixon.
God, we know that abortion is murder, and God, we want to see the end of abortion in America.
He is the boots on the ground behind the Sanctuary Cities for the Unborn Ordinance, and he is spreading his tentacles throughout Texas and across the United States to try and bring municipal or county ordinance.
This dude is such a douche. Usually I don't like to pick on people's physical appearances, but jeans, suit jacket, and backwards baseball cap for a man that looks like that? No, just don't. Please don't. Never again.
That penalize folks who assist others in traveling out of state to get abortion services.
Even though we're in a state that has outlawed abortion, there are still...
Like, seriously, dude. What are you, 40?
Loopholes that we've got to address.
Abortion wasn't really a conversation that happened in our community. Never. We haven't had abortion services in Amarillo as long as I've been alive.
Before my time.
Yeah, it's thanks to the Sanctuary City initiative that this has come to be such a monumental issue for our community.
I'm not for the Sanctuary City.
Wait, did you see this? Are they reappropriating the "Don't Tread on Me" sign? Oh wait, no, this is the... Oh, I see. They switched between... Okay, I was so confused.
The Sanctuary City initiative that this...
Okay,
not for the Sanctuary Cities for illegal immigrants. I'm for Sanctuary Cities for the unborn. All right.
Mark Lee Dixon and his supporters are hoping Amarillo will pass an ordinance to become the next sanctuary city for the unborn, which would make it illegal for abortions to be performed on Amarillo residents anywhere, even in a state where abortion is legal. It would also outlaw people's ability to travel through Amarillo on the way to get an abortion.
For the people who supposedly love freedom, they really seem to really just love taking it away from people. This is wild. Trafficking an unborn child. They're literally making women's bodies illegal.
Illegal.
The ordinance would allow for citizens to file civil suits against parties, including fellow residents, they think have helped someone get an abortion for damages of $10,000 or more. So far, Mark's helped pass ordinances in 69 cities and 8 counties since 2019, starting in East Texas near his hometown. 2 of the cities have since recanted their ordinance. Over in New Mexico, where abortion is legal, the towns that pass these ordinances are facing legal challenges from the state attorney general. It's unclear how any of these ordinances would be enforced legally. No one's ever been prosecuted for violating one, but opponents say the movement contributes to a culture of fear, and both sides see Amarillo's location as vital to the cause.
We are a crucial access point to both New Mexico and Colorado, which still have legal access to safe abortion.
Very high traveled roads. Interstate 40 is a road that is...
This guy is such a creep. He gets this, like, he's so giddy about it. He's got this fucking smile on his face about restricting not just women, but anybody from even driving a woman somewhere. I mean, this is like, what the fuck is going on? How does this guy, how is he even able to get people to get on board with this kind of nonsense?
Traveled roads.
Interstate
40 is a road that is used by many to go to Albuquerque, New Mexico, or various other places like Pueblo, Colorado, or Wichita, Kansas.
Oh God, this dude made this mistake.
Of course, it's extremely important for the anti-abortion movement to do everything we can to stop abortion trafficking on those roads.
I do see Mark Lee Dixon seeing us as a trophy for him because we are I-40, we are I-27, we are Route 66, we are the road to freedom, and we are right there in the middle of the panhandle for a road that goes in every which direction. So yeah, we're a battleground.
Okay, hold on. I can't watch this whole thing, even though I feel like we almost should. This is just ridiculous. Where do I even skip to right now? I had no plan for this. This whole thing is just fucking offensive to me. Oh, they say anti-abortion multiple times during this, I think. Yeah. No. They're not even concerned about saying pro-life anymore. They've completely forgotten about that. Whatever. I don't think I can even skip forward right now. I'm gonna have to find another place. I'm not kidding.
So yeah, we're a battleground.
Oh, God.
It's not just Mark who's brought the abortion debate to Amarillo.
And I'd like to thank this larger committee for the opportunity to be here.
Matthew Kaczmarek, appointed by former President Trump, is the only presiding federal judge in the small town's courthouse. He hears almost 100% of the federal cases filed in Amarillo. Kaczmarek has made controversial rulings on several reproductive health cases, including one that could limit access to the abortion pill mifepristone. That case has reached the Supreme Court and is currently awaiting a ruling.
An elective abortion is the taking of an innocent, unborn human life. I'm not talking about anything other than elective abortion. The taking of an innocent...
Oh my God. Skinny jeans. This dude makes it so that skinny jeans should in fact be outlawed. But beyond that, this... the shit he's saying is just... It's just so wildly wrong. I don't even know where to start on, like, complaining about it. Like, obviously, like, he keeps saying unborn children. We're talking about fetuses. We're talking about, you know, cells in some cases, right? This is not it's not a talking point that I'm comfortable with, but, like, literally just about every other word he says makes me want to object. But let's move on to this, where they've enlisted what appears to be children, dressed as, I think maybe they are actually Amish. I can't quite tell, but they're certainly dressed like they're Amish, to go to people's doors and get signatures for all of this stuff.
We are from Chandler. It's a little bitty town close to Tyler, all the way on the other side of Texas. We're in East Texas. Our city is also trying to become a sanctuary city. And so when Mark called and he was like, hey, we need door knockers, young legs to sort of carry the petition so that Amarillo can decide this. We're like, sure, yeah, absolutely. So
we're collecting signatures on a petition to make Amarillo a sanctuary for the unborn. So
I've signed it before. Can I sign it again?
No, just once. Thank you. Though.
I signed it before. Can I sign it again? No, you can't. I'd love for you to sign it again. Good God. This is wild. I can't believe that they're just getting children to walk door to door to get people to sign this stuff. I feel like old people would sign anything a child gave them. It's not fair. I feel like it's illegal. Could be wrong.
Illegal.
Actually, wait a second. We can't even move. I can't even move forward. I literally can't even move forward. Because we have to... I need help, actually. I need help to discern what this woman says here. Because I don't think this is English.
It takes care of somebody comes into town and they're going to have a baby.
It takes care... Someone come town... Wait.
It takes care of somebody comes into town and they're going to have a baby.
They're going to have a baby.
They can have it here and it'll be protected. Whereas in some places they won't even take the lady in maybe to have the baby.
Oh. In some places... I'm sorry. What? Does she think it's the Bible? What? They're just turning pregnant women away at the tavern? What the fuck is... What in the hell is in this? I think it's mostly cobwebs in this woman's brain. The perfect canvassers, they really are. Children? Yeah. It's just wild. Talk about grooming, you know? Hear a lot of complaints about the grooming from the right, and then they use children to get political messages out. It's weird. Really weird. All right, I'm actually going to skip a little bit.
In Amarillo's upcoming city council meeting.
Texan women are tenacious and gritty and tough as nails, and we will not back down when we feel that our livelihood or our safety or our freedom has been threatened. Mark Lee Dixon, to me, is a zealot. He's a bully. Yeah. He self-proclaimed 38-year-old virgin, so he's never even been in a position to have to face a pregnancy outcome. His audacity is...
That is not surprising. That last part is not surprising at all. The outfit says it. I mean, it says, I don't want to get laid today. Thank you.
And we will do everything we can to get him out of our community.
Every city and every county that passes an ordinance, it's one step closer to an abortion-free America. I see myself doing this until abortion is a thing of the past, or until I die.
It's such a weird pastime. And he seems so thrilled about it. Every single shot, he's smiling. He's like, yes, I am living my life's dream right now, oppressing women from getting health care. What a piece of shit. This whole plan needs to be stopped. I don't know what needs to be done, and the fact that multiple cities have already signed on to this fucking nonsense is so problematic as it is. If it goes like the rest of the stuff that's been happening with regards to the with regards to like the abortion bans and stuff like that, it's just, oh god, it's not, none of this is. And that they would use language like sanctuary to try and trick people into thinking it's somehow protecting anyone. They don't have any plans for the babies when those babies are born, right? It's good luck. Hopefully you have the financial and, you know, mental and physical and whatever else, like whatever capability is necessary to take care of this child. Especially in places like Texas. I mean, come on. Oh god. What a disaster. Nothing wrong with being a virgin. He's just pathetic. Yeah, I'm not saying there's anything necessarily wrong. I'm saying that he said it himself. It's an intentional choice, and the outfit, in fact, screams it, right? And I feel like if you're not going to have any skin in the game, right? You shouldn't be first off, men shouldn't be making decisions for women's bodies like this, right? But secondly, if you're gonna have literally no, you know, it just confuses me so much that somebody who would in no way ever be affected by this would care so much. It seems like it's just coming from a place of real hatred of women. Okay, now let's just move on. And just wanted to watch another piece of this podcast. We only watched a tiny snippet of it yesterday. Hold on, I gotta set it up. Where is it? I guess we can start like around here. I was listening to Mehdi Hassan and Naomi Klein talk to each other on Zateo about the climate to help us get segued into all of that.
And that they're getting more goodies on top of all of this.
For those of you normal people watching who don't know what Naomi meant by drain the adrenochrome, if you're a normal person, congratulations. Google it and then buy a copy of Naomi's latest book, Doppelganger, to understand some of the conspiracies on the QAnon-esque right. But we'll park that. That'll be a discussion maybe for a future show. Coming back to this, you're so right to make the point about the Democrats and this group. To be fair to the Democrats, I slam them all the time for not fighting hard enough, for not investigating hard enough, for not making enough noise. To be fair on this one, I was mildly surprised and impressed by first Jamie Raskin in the House, who's always very dogged on these issues, but also Senator Sheldon Whitehouse and Senator Sherrod Brown in the Senate. They are the chairs of the budget and banking committees.
Maybe you didn't hear me, but I just said we did watch part of this yesterday. And I just figured we'd watch another small snippet of it.
Coming out and calling for investigations, setting up investigation, because they do have...
Wait, why? I think I went to the wrong spot. Hold on. I need to... Oh, God. I need to write these things down. I'm like, oh, I'll remember it. And then there's times like this where I'm like, oh, you completely foiled yourself.
Have to negotiate with the force of nature, which is actually stronger than us. I mean, look at a marina in Texas for evidence of that right now. And so I think that is metabolized or perceived by people like Trump as an insult to their masculinity, like the idea that nature is speaking back to them, and that their worldview really is about a hierarchy of where you have, white men at the top, and as you get lower down, it's anyone who's seen as closer to nature who is cast as lower in this, what used to be called the great chain of being. So that, that's the way I understand Trump's love for oil and gas. It's what do you think, Mehdi?
No, it's such a good way to put it. This idea of, MAGA is always about make America great again. And you always have to ask the question, well, which year is that? What year do you want to take us back to? And you rightly point out, this idea of the 50s, this idea of it has to do with gender. It has to do with race. It has to do with America's role in the world. This idea of being number one. We must have more oil produced here than anywhere else. We must be able to not rely on anyone else. And the whole petromasculinity is a great phrase from the political scientist Kara Daggett. And I think she makes the point about coal miners. Remember Trump's obsession, Naomi, with the coal miners in 2016? I'm going to save your jobs. I'm going to save your towns. Of course, he didn't. He screwed them over like he screws over everyone else. But this idea that they are real Americans.
He likes the idea of them. He doesn't like
the real men, the real Americans, even though he's an elite coastal billionaire or pretend billionaire who lives in a literal gold apartment. But he likes the idea of, being man of the ground, man of the quarry, all of that nonsense. Ground. And I think what's so important is how do we look? It plays into wider tropes about liberals, about weakness, about the coasts. I want to play one more clip. I think we have one more clip of mini Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, talking about it in exactly the same way. Let's have a listen.
Many of you share the same love I have for those great American muscle cars. There's nothing more American than the roar of a V8 engine under the hood of a Ford Mustang or Chevy Camaro. Democrats like Pete Buttigieg want to emasculate the way we drive and force all of you.
Not even the Constitution. The Constitution's not more American than a V8 engine. How dare you, MTG? That is un-American, what you just said. How dare you? I'm offended.
Emasculate the way we drive and force all of you to rely on electric vehicles.
Naomi, I am a new American citizen. I've only been American for a few years. I don't remember taking a citizenship test where it asked me that the roar of the V8 engine is what defines an American. I don't remember that being one of the citizenship questions, but for MTG, as she likes to be known, that seems to be the case. She talks about emasculating. She talks about Pete Buttigieg, who of course is gay. There's a lot of kind of both explicit and implicit phraseology in there about what it means to be a real man or a real American. My question to you is, how do liberals, how do people on the left, how do people in the reality-based community who want to deal with climate, how do you respond to that kind of messaging? Because it does have an appeal in certain circles.
You know, I know you're going to have an event with Greta soon, or a conversation with Greta. I feel like you should ask her that question, because she's very good at clapping back to the absurdity of the fact that
you never knew that you were being emasculated by your driving. Well, if you're not driving a V8 muscle car, well, of course you're being emasculated by your driving. That's just, we all know, we took a test on this as children. It's like the standardized test question, you know? Does driving I can't finish this. I can't do it.
These folks are getting their sense of worth from the roar of these engines. Yeah, I think all you can do is mock it. And I think we need to draw some connections between, you know, this is the coming to the end of the Stormy Daniels case, which, you know, on one level is a distraction, but on another level, there is a connection in this petromasculinity worldview of an attitude towards women that is all about the right to grab women's body parts, and also the right to just grab the resources of this earth, make as big a mess as you want, and move on. And I think that this also has to do with the war on women's reproductive freedom. So we need to be able to tell this like a story. There's a reason why all of these issues are connected in their minds, but I don't know that we're doing a good enough job of telling another story that is not just about grabbing whatever we want and moving on, but is.
Yeah, no kidding. And we really need to find a way to change the narrative on the entire system of reduction and consumption, direction of the fucking future. Right now, it's just you need to get a Hemi or you're not an American, okay? That's what literally, I mean, how many people do you think out there, like, I'm just trying to think, like, what MTG's numbers are, like, because she's basically she's a national figure, right? What do you think? How many people do you think respect MTG's opinions and words, right? Who, like, maybe don't hang on every single one of them, but are like, oh, the MTG, she's got some great, you know? Because I feel like it's a massive amount, and I hate that fact, but you know what I mean? Like, we've seen too many disgruntled Trump rallies and things of that nature for me to be like, nah, those people don't exist. No. They exist. I see them at Trump. I run into them on the fucking street. You know, when I'm on Earth, you know, from time to time. What am I doing next? Let's actually do the environment. I don't know how we're this far behind. That's my life right now. Okay. Let's look at this. From a day ago, where Hawaii's Kilauea volcano has erupted again in a remote area. I think we looked at another eruption from about a month or so ago, maybe a little longer. Nothing spectacular, but another eruption, and there's been a bunch of them, all in not all of them, but a lot of them in the sort of like either Pacific or also there's Iceland too. God, there's been a bunch. I was about to say like Pacific or Asia, and then I remembered Iceland. And I've completely thrown off my my hypothesis. Okay, moving on. This is from a day ago from CBS News. If you hadn't already heard of it, there was a fire, and is still technically ongoing, a fire in California called the Corral Fire, which I think we determined was, what was it, 15,000 acres, something like that. Let's just quickly catch ourselves up on that. This is why CBS, according to CBS, this is why California's Corral Fire has officials so worried.
Here at home, dramatic images out of California show a wildfire devouring hillsides about an hour east of San Francisco. The Corral Fire is the state's largest so far this year. Right now, it is about 75% contained, but this week, the fire danger is going to ramp up with blistering triple-digit temperatures. CBS's Ben Tracy is on the scene in Northern California.
Fueled by fierce winds, the Corral Fire exploded this weekend, scorching more than 14,000 acres, jumping major roadways, and bearing down on nearby homes.
It was the scariest night of my life.
Daniel Perez stayed behind to help first responders.
The firefighters actually dipped the hose into my pool. Then all of a sudden, the fire came from that direction.
It burned down his neighbor's home. The older couple living there evacuated safely. Perez's home survived, but his garage and the memories inside of it did not.
It's irreplaceable.
Yeah. Wait, hold on.
This is the comforter that was in my daughter's crib. My grandmother made that, and it's ruined. I'm
sorry.
Yep, it's devastating.
The fire behavior was so aggressive, it just ripped through all this talk.
Do you hear his tone? He's like, yep, yeah, sure. Sure you care, buddy.
Grass.
What worries
really
firefighters is that this is happening so early.
I feel bad. This is a fucking tragedy.
In the so-called wildfire season.
For the most part, we don't.
But somehow, like, his, I don't know what do you want to call it. It was like, it was comforting me because, like, I was like, yeah, this is a goddamn travesty. It's like, yeah, this dude's clearly upset, visibly upset. I don't know why that comforts me.
Refer to it as fire season anymore. It's almost like there are no rules anymore.
In a warming climate, scientists say spring is arriving.
I think it's some sort of sympathetic sort of mind thing, or it's like, yeah, like I'm upset. Seeing somebody else upset actually makes me feel better about it.
Earlier and is warmer, melting the snowpack more quickly and drying out vegetation, which becomes fuel for fires.
This seems kind of early for a fire like this. Are you surprised by this?
You're absolutely right. To have a fire that was more than 14,000 acres plus in the beginning of June is a bit eye-opening.
Yeah, so like we've been saying, the number of fires that have been happening in California is not only concerning in its number, but in the size of, especially this last one, or at least this most recent one we've talked about, is not foreshadowing, I'm sure. Let's just quickly look at this. This most recent video I have on this fire. Discussing the dangerous heat wave headed west while fires rage on.
A major heat wave building tonight, several states with triple-digit heat already. In fact, 25 million Americans on alert for dangerous heat as California tonight already battles a wildfire there. The Corral Fire east of San Francisco racing across more than 20 square miles in the last 48 hours alone. Part of Interstate 580 shut down for a time, families forced to evacuate. Tonight, crews battling the flames and the temperatures. Mola Lengi on the fire lines for us.
Tonight, a new threat for the West, scorching heat. 475 firefighters already battling California's first major wildfire of the year. The dry grass quickly going up near the town of Tracy. The Corral Fire incinerating more than 20 square miles east of San Francisco in the last 48 hours.
The winds were fierce, 30 to 40 mile an hour sustained winds and 60 mile an hour gusts. People were saying they couldn't even stand up in those high winds.
2 firefighters sustaining burns when the erratic winds changed direction, expected to be okay.
First time I walked over here, it was very hard to look at. It still is.
Travis Curtis's parents evacuating as flames.
The media boners are way too much. I hear you. People, these big news outlets just get so excited whenever there's a tragedy. Oh, God.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Closed in on his childhood home, now destroyed by the fire.
They left with the clothes on their back. And so...
and came home to nothing.
Came home to nothing.
The start of the fire not far from the explosives testing facility belonging to the famed Lawrence Livermore National Lab. Authorities warning that fire season is now a year-round event.
Usually we see...
For fuck's sake, this is stressing me out. It's only June. It's only June. It's just going to keep getting drier and drier and drier. Technically, like they're saying, it's a year-round thing. But I mean, the regular fire season usually lasts till about September, or, you know?
More intense fire activity in July, August, September. So we just want everybody to be prepared.
Well, David, the National Weather Service issuing an excessive heat warning for millions here in California starting tomorrow, with temperatures expected to hit up to 108 degrees, prompting some real concerns about the heat, not just here in San Joaquin County, but throughout the West, David.
Makes those firefighters
so hot right now.
Jesus Christ. Really, though? Will Ferrell's right. So hot right now. But he's not talking about Hansel. He's talking about the goddamn environment. The environment we all live in. Let's move on to this. You are not hearing a replay of what we just talked about. This is, in fact, something different. Not having a stroke. Nothing is happening. Aside from this, well, in this moment. California firefighters battle another wind-driven wildfire east of San Francisco. So all these high winds are pushing small fires and turning them into massive blazes in a very short period of time. Shit is freaking ominous. I'm not feeling it. Nothing is happening except everything. Exactly. Now, I don't know if they've managed to completely contain this fire yet, but the fact that these are just starting to break out one after the other. What, 2 days after that one happened? Now, the other one, I don't know if you heard, but it's mostly contained. I think they had it 80% contained last time I checked. But a heat wave is coming in, which is not going to help anything. Talking about triple-digit temperatures to add to all of that. It's wild. Okay, just to remind everybody of what sort of happened in Texas, I figured we'd watch this video because it's just somehow I missed this, and this is wild. This was from 4 days ago in Texas, from some of the flooding that was happening there at the time. A Texas couple rescued a truck driver from a flooded ditch. If you're not aware, Texas has got hit by, like, I don't know, 10 storms in the last
This Texas
month.
couple took a wrong turn and ended up saving a man's life. The driver of the red truck seen in this video accidentally ended up in a heavily flooded drainage ditch after severe weather swept across the Houston area on May 28th. And when Robert Chance and his girlfriend Renee Young stumbled upon him, they found his truck almost totally submerged.
He was waving.
Waving,
So see him.
and you seen his boots. At least this is what it looked like to me, was his boots hitting the windshield.
And he grabs the hammer, and he's ready to just jump over the edge. Like he's not thinking, he's just going. It's
Oh my god, it's wild. Well, thankfully they were there and acted quickly, managed to save that man, who was definitely not looking good. Ah, good God. I just thought it was sort of a positive story to look at, considering all of the destruction we've seen from those floods. Somehow seeing somebody get saved in it felt good to me. Let's look at this now. This is from Reuters from a day ago. According to experts inside the lab studying how hurricanes impact the coast, they are concerned about this season. What, how, what? Huh? Or what are you questioning?
This is the world's...
What do you... How did he have what? Are you confused why he had the hammer in the pickup truck? I guess I had questions too. I was like, but then in the other interview, he's clearly wearing like a work shirt, so figure he probably must have had a hammer.
This is the world's most powerful...
Support character. Did y'all get to 30 likes? Oh my god. Okay. 5. I think that's Morty. Oh my god, we have to do a we have to do a vote later today. How did the truck end up like that? That's a good question. I mean, the area was really flooded. I wouldn't be shocked if he thought he was on the road for a second and then suddenly realized he wasn't, right? I don't know. I'm not inside the guy's head. I don't feel like I would have wound up in that situation necessarily, but that's not the point. That's not the point. We're not all adventurers, okay? We're not all navigators extraordinaire.
hurricane simulation tank. Researchers here at the University of Miami use the tank to study the impact of Category 5 hurricanes on coastal regions and develop strategies to help protect them from powerful storms. The work comes at a crucial time, with U.S. government forecasters predicting an extraordinary 2024 Atlantic hurricane season. The forecasters and the team in Miami both say the culprit is warming waters.
The really warm water has an amplifying effect on the storms that do develop, and so they're able to get more energy to power them. And so it's really a scary time for looking at this coming fall, for sure.
Being a coastal state, Florida is no stranger to hurricanes. In 2014, the University of Miami built the Sustain Lab.
Now, we've been talking about the coming hurricane season, which has now started 4 days ago. Now, no major storms have formed, but according to a report we saw recently, we are switching from an El Nino to an El Niña wind pattern. So the winds will be slowing, and it will be causing the storm systems going over the Atlantic right now to slow down, become more powerful, and within, I don't even want to really guess it because I could be horrifically wrong, but you know, within the next 2 weeks, you could easily see a storm start to form over the Atlantic that would be perhaps classified at least a tropical storm or or more severe.
Which allows researchers to examine the interaction between the atmosphere and the ocean during
La Nina, thank you. My Spanish is not very good. What was I saying? I got distracted by the correction. I was going to say something else. Oh, fuck. What was that? I was going to say. I genuinely forgotten. Go, web, go. Oh my god. What's happening? Play. What are you doing?
Extreme conditions. Here's Pyson Tan, a PhD candidate at the school. So in this lab, we can simulate how much, for example, pressure or damage the hurricane can do to our coastlines. You can put models in here to see, how will hurricanes damage our houses? How can we maintain our coastline better and prevent such damage? The team puts things in the tank that are found in the ocean, like coral, to see how it impacts the waves. Tan says corals and mangroves are natural breakwaters, which are crucial to helping protect coastlines. But he says the impact could be more severe if they were to disappear. U.S. forecasters predict this year's hurricane season could exceed 2005's, which spawned Hurricanes Katrina and Rita.
Stop it.
Brian House is the Sustain Lab director.
This is really shocking, the temperature of the ocean out there right now. We're seeing temperatures that I normally don't see till August.
Oh my god. Did we do it? Sorry, we gotta go back, and I gotta fix that. I don't know how that happened. That just totally threw me off. I'm sure some people were able to keep up with that. And now it's back to normal speed. What the fuck just happened?
Or damage the hurricane can do to our coastlines. You can put models in here to see, how will hurricanes damage our houses? How can we maintain our coastline better and prevent such damage?
The team puts things in the tank that are found in the ocean, like coral, to see how it impacts the waves. Tan says corals and mangroves are natural breakwaters, which are crucial to helping protect coastlines. But he says the impact could be more severe if they were to disappear. U.S. forecasters predict this year's hurricane season could exceed 2005's, which spawned Hurricanes Katrina and Rita. Brian House is the Sustain Lab director.
This is really shocking, the temperature of the ocean out.
That's what I was going to say. So, we've also seen studies coming out of the National Oceanographic Association, or whatever they're called, I can't remember, the NOAA. They're the people who track and predict these things. They are saying that we should expect a historically active tropical storm and hurricane season this year. And so, we're talking about record numbers of hurricanes, and some of the numbers I've seen are pretty insane, like as many as 30.
Right now, we're seeing temperatures that are normally don't see till August, or July or August. So it's alarming, and so we have this amplification of this really warm water. The really warm water has an amplifying effect on the storms that do develop.
Forecasters expect between 4 and 7 major hurricanes this year.
Okay. Let's move on from hurricanes, talk a little bit about the oceans now. Wait, no. First, the floods in Brazil. I debated myself. Okay, yeah, let's talk about these. As this report from Reuters from 20 hours ago said, climate change has made the floods in Brazil, past tense. Climate change made the Brazilian floods more likely, according to experts. Not shocking. I don't think shocking to anyone here.
Scientists say climate change doubled the likelihood of the recent flooding in southern Brazil, with the El Niño phenomenon also intensifying the heavy rains. Authorities called it the worst disaster in the region's history after storms and floods hit the southern state of Rio Grande do Sul last month, killing more than 170 people and displacing nearly 580,000. Experts from the World Weather Attribution Group said the heavy rainfall in southern Brazil was an extremely rare event and would have been even less likely without fossil fuel-driven climate change. Lincoln Alves is with Brazil's National Institute for Space Research.
These discoveries are coherent with what we have been observing, a weather with more heat.
El Niño, which raises temperatures globally and increases rainfall and flood risk in parts of the Americas, also contributed to the recent disaster by making it more likely and the rains more intense. Regina Rodriguez is another member of the research team.
So this pattern is consistent with the typical El Nino influence over South America. However, studies have shown that climate change will intensify this pattern. As a consequence, the high pressure center over central Brazil is becoming larger and more persistent, pushing warmer air that holds more moisture further south.
Regina's
God. It's like, it is such a strange world we live in right now. Moisture and water is somehow our enemy, but it's also something we need to survive, and in many places is scarce. It's wild. It is wild.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
So frustrating. Let's continue talking about how water can be devastating to people, but these are people in Europe. Germantown has declared a state of emergency following recent flooding, which I believe is, I think it might have killed 2 people. It doesn't say it in the title, but I could have sworn. A town in southern Germany declares a disaster as water levels reach over 32 feet.
Und jetzt dachte ich, dass bei dem jetzigen Hochwasser alles gut vorbereitet ist. Scheint auch so zu sein, aber die Angst sitzt, ich habe Verwandtschaft in Passau, sitzt schon in den Knochen, weil die Vorhersagen doch immer ein bisschen mutiger sind oder nicht so genau.
I got totally distracted by that dude. Hilarious. I don't even know how he saw the camera from across. Whatever. Great job, man. Great job. What are you saying to me? Just a point. There's also always a volcano erupting in the Pacific. No, yeah, no, totally. There's, yeah. But there's also the Icelandic volcano, which is not always erupting, but has been erupting quite a lot over the last, what? Geez, like 4 or 5 years? No, maybe less. I can't remember. But that wasn't always the case with that one.
Vorhersagen doch immer ein bisschen mutiger sind oder nicht so genau sind, wie sie dann erhofft werden.
I got so distracted I completely forgot what she was talking about. Okay, whatever. I'm just going to read from here. So it's rising and precautions are being taken everywhere.
Also es steigt und es werden überall Vorkehrungen getroffen. Ja, kann man eh nicht machen.
Anyway. Good God. Is that what you think? There's nothing else preventative we could do as a society, perhaps? Just resigned to accepting defeat? Come on, lady. I say no. Okay. Speaking of that Icelandic volcano, this is from 2 days ago, where the Blue Lagoon has reopened in Iceland as the volcano continues to erupt. People don't give a shit. Totally. It's actually really close. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. It's like 500 yards from there. Maybe a little bit more. But oh my God. Good time for a bath, I guess. I don't know. I'd just take one at home. But maybe it's a really great. Maybe the pool's really, really good. What do I know? It does look pretty fancy. Won't lie. Okay. Volcanoes like the one in Iceland and Hawaii are super safe to approach. I mean, until you like touch it, right? But I get what you're saying, right? As long as you're not actually touching the lava, and lava's not on you, you're fine. It's not an explosive volcano like a Mount St. Helens, or that's just the most obvious one I can think of. But yeah, no, I get what you're saying. You heard the Blue Lagoon is worth of it. I mean, it does look pretty sweet. I'm not gonna lie, it does look pretty great. If I was in Iceland, I'd probably make a stop. Not that I'll be doing that anytime soon. No, probably not. Let's go on to this from 2 days ago. Global news. Unhealthy coral fueled by climate change is threatening fish and supply. Wait, did we watch this yesterday? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's like a minute long.
Once vibrant and teeming with life, Thailand's coral reefs are now a desolate wasteland. It's never been this bleached before, all very white this year, says this local fisherman. Global warming has caused a slow boil of the world's oceans. The unusually warm water has stressed reefs beyond the limits of survival in the eastern Gulf of Thailand. I couldn't find a single healthy coral, says this marine biologist. The U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration has warned of a fourth worldwide bleaching event, threatening fish and other marine life which depend on reefs, and in turn the humans who depend on fish.
If we have a large
I think that's why I think I always forget that it's the atmospheric part, because I just don't associate the atmosphere with the ocean so much, right? Not like they're unassociated, but like it's not the second thing that comes to mind after I'm thinking about the ocean, right? National Oceanographic and Atmospheric.
Coral reefs continue, like what we're seeing now, this quite literally threatens 25% of every living thing in the world's oceans.
62 countries have now reported bleaching events in the last year and a half, impacting nearly 2/3 of the world's reefs. Last year, Florida experienced the largest bleaching event in its history. This year, water temperatures are already hotter than normal, even earlier in the year.
It's warmer than it usually is on average right now. We'll see what the later summer brings and how many weeks it'll actually stay hot.
Fearing another mass die-off, conservationists have been planning for the worst-case scenario for months as they work to protect the nurseries they use to grow and preserve corals.
The big thing that we're considering is prepping to potentially evacuate corals if we have to.
The impact on the world's oceans is already unprecedented. It's now a question of how much worse it will get. Jackson Prosco, Global News, Washington.
Now, we have talked about the efforts to save coral reefs by multiple...
Once vibrant and colorful, these corals in Thailand's eastern...
Right, including bioengineering, right? Attempting to select for specific traits among, like, reproduced... But you know what I mean? Like the same way you would try and select for breeding with like a flower to try and get a particular trait there. People are trying to do the same thing with corals to try and get them to be able to tolerate heat and acidity, things like that. But the fact is the science is not moving all that fast. I mean, it's moving. Don't get me wrong, but it's feeling like the climate's moving faster than it's able to keep up with right now, because we keep just adding more to the system right now. Hold on, let's watch this piece from the South China Morning Post from 23 hours ago. Talking more about this.
Have turned white. It's a phenomenon known as coral bleaching, and it's a bad sign for marine life.
The coral bleach is happening so quickly this year, it's unusual. Look, all of it has turned white. There's never been this bleached before. All very white this year. All of them bleached.
So why are coral reefs turning white? Scientists say it's due to rising sea surface temperatures. Triggered by heat stress, coral bleaching occurs when corals expel the colorful algae living in their tissues, turning the corals white through algae loss. Rising temperatures are not only impacting aquatic life, but the livelihoods of local communities.
The coral reef is my heart and soul. When it isn't bleached, healthy and abundant, you go out fishing at night. Easily catch squid and fish near the coral reef. Earning a living was nice and easy. Each time we set out at night and returned in the morning, we would earn at least $55 to $83 US. All the corals die. We'll be in trouble.
Singsura's daily catch of seafood has dwindled in recent years. At times, he has even come back empty-handed.
All
this coral bleaching would affect food security. At the same time, their community income stability is also at stake. Because if marine resources become harder to find, the cost they need to invest in the catch would increase, and therefore may raise the market value of seafood. Hold on, we got more. Got more to talk about, not just coral, so I think we all know about this. I just like to keep reminding us of the updates with it. They just all keep being bad. More and more places that didn't bleach this year, bleaching. Essentially leaving not a single coral reef on the planet untouched in any way. I mean, they're not all gone, but the bleaching is absolutely devastating. And in some cases, you know, we're talking about at least 30, 40%, 50% bleaching we've been hearing about of entire reefs. And those could die out if they don't survive the bleaching event. The fact is, things are just going to keep getting hotter right now this year. It's only June. Okay, let's look at this. Staying in Asia. How female rangers are fighting deforestation in Indonesia.
Setelah terjadi banjir bandang, semua administrasi sudah saya lengkapi. Baru kami membentuk tim rangernya di tahun 2020 setelah keluar SK-nya di tanggal 24 November 2019. Kendalanya itu luar biasa, Mas. Masa itu di mana banyak perambah, di mana banyak orang mengambil itu bahan kayu legalogi. Dia motong kayu suka hati dia. Terus kami ini sebagai perempuan mau gimana? Apakah kami harus diam ataukah kami tidak bisa terlibat? Bisa, tapi ini kan namanya kemanusiaan. Kita menjaga lingkungan ini dengan hati. Karena kita tidak dibayar. Karena kita misi kita menyelamatkan. Gimana? Tantangannya masih banyak, kendala kurangnya dukungan dari instansi pemerintah. Jadi kalau mungkin dengan dukungannya dari pemerintah itu dia terus.
Well, hopefully they get that funding they need. Of course, we need capitalism to save the planet. Right? Right? For fuck's sake. Makes me so sad. When everything is framed as, like, oh, we just don't have the money for it. It feels like it's undoable. How do we get all the money? No. We just need the governments to stop their complicity and start legislating, starting getting in there, getting involved, forcing companies to do certain things, forcing the change of the grid and things like that. Not kind of just asking themselves if we're doing enough and then never doing enough, right? We keep leaving ourselves in these terrible positions. Oh, it's just so frustrating. Money heist? You think we have to do a heist to save the environment? Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Would I rather fight 10,000 worm-sized gummy bears or one bear-sized gummy worm? The 10,000 worm-sized gummy bears are pretty... It just sounds creepy, but I feel like they'd be less formidable than one bear-sized gummy worm. Although I feel like even a bear-sized gummy worm would not be all that treacherous. I'm being real. I don't know how is it 2 hours in already? This is wild. Humanity is the worst rated chess player on the planet. Yeah, it just feels like that right now. We need to get way better at chess. Start thinking a few more moves ahead on the fucking planet. Alright, I'm going to skip to this and talk about this issue here just for a little bit. It's from a month ago from Al Jazeera English. Climate change will batter the poorest in society. It's from their Dying Earth podcast series. Seriously though, capitalism is absolutely just destroying the earth right now, and it's getting kind of depressing.
ওরা হলো দালানে থাকে, ওর ঝড় যেমন লাগে না, ওরা খাওয়া দাওয়ারও সমস্যা নেই ওদের। দালানের ভিতরে থাকে, এসির ভিতরে থাকে, ওনাদের তো কোনো হলো ধরে তো সহজে চাওয়া যায় না যে আমাদের জায়গা দেন কি আমাদের বাড়ি দেন।
I just realized that she's speaking a different language, not just reading what people are writing. There's a lot of talk about gummy bears and just really gummy things. Oh god. Hold on. Need to take a galactic intermission. Well, I hope everybody is enjoying the stream right now. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. If you'd like to help out in other ways as well, You've got one good option, and that is become a galactic producer. By clicking this link here in chat and spending a few American dollars a month, you can get access to space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. I am going to take that sweet, sweet space intermission, so grab yourself a drink and or a snack, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. And the break slightly early here. That Jerry McLean. Pitchfork Dragon, your margarita mostly melted. That sucks. Okay. I just realized that we actually watched that documentary before. However, we got more stuff to talk about. Let's start with this. We're going to switch over to global news, but first, let's talk about some space news. Where China's spacecraft Chang'e 6 has been the first to collect samples from the far side of the moon.
Next to China, state media there says the Chinese lunar probe has successfully taken off from the far side of the moon to start its journey back to Earth. The Chang'e 6 module landed on Saturday in a volcanic basin close to the moon's south pole and has collected samples of rock and soil. They're expected to be very different from rock formations on the near side of the moon. The Chinese National Space Administration called the mission an unprecedented feat in lunar exploration. The probe is due to return in about 3 weeks' time to a landing site in Inner Mongolia. Let's hear now from our China correspondent, Laura Becker.
They're calling this remarkable, historic. It's even trending on social media here. Their channel called Weibo, especially because the mechanical arm that was used to collect those rock and soil samples has put the symbol for Chongguo, which is China, into the Earth on the far side of the moon. They've also planted the Chinese flag on the far side of the moon. Now, the reason why scientists are so excited by this is because it's very, very difficult to control and even land and get an aircraft to take off from the far side of the moon because there's no light.
I don't know if anybody's seen that Netflix series Space Force, but this gives me serious Space Force vibes.
Sight from Earth. So what China did was they launched a satellite which was there by April and ready for this mission, and they've used that satellite to relay messages. So for the last 2 days, the Chang'e 6 space probe has been collecting these precious rock and soil samples. Now, the other reason scientists are very interested in this is because in previous samples that you can see, the bit of the moon that you can see, they've collected the samples that look very volcanic, look very like you would see in Iceland or Hawaii. However, it is thought that the rocks on the far side of the moon could contain traces of ice. Now, that would mean there is some kind of source of water on that part of the moon. The reason scientists get excited by that is they are hoping one day to build some kind of space station up there, and it is hope.
Yep. So yeah, they're hoping they'll find either water or what is it? What's the other thing? Not hydrogen. Helium? No, I forget. Okay. Well, let's move on. Looks like China is the first to go to the dark side of the moon. Now they've done it twice, and they're getting samples for a moon base. Is it helium? Maybe. It was, yeah, okay. That was my first guess, and I just doubted myself again. I'm always doubting myself. That's part of my own. What's the opposite of hubris? downfall. Well, I guess you got hubris could also be a downfall. No. Okay. Just gonna shut up. Moving on. Wait, why is this here? This, I meant to put, this somehow got moved. Well, let's just talk about it, because we were already talking about this earlier today, and I wanted to at least compare the difference between what's happening between the two nations. We looked already at how the United States is handling immigration via Biden's executive order. Now let's look at what Canada has been doing with regards to people from other countries. This is from Global News from a day ago. According to them, Canada is planning to give permanent residency to all caregivers upon arrival.
Today I'm very pleased to announce that we are launching new pilots that will provide permanent residency status for caregivers as soon as they arrive in Canada. The biggest change coming in these new pilots will be providing a one-step immigration process. Before, caregivers first needed to get work permits and then obtain work experience before applying for permanent residency. Under the new rules, we're simplifying the process and providing them with a clear, straightforward pathway to stay and care for our loved ones. The change will notably provide more autonomy for caregivers to leave workplaces with abusive situations and seek opportunities to advance in the care sector. And Lord knows I've heard a lot of those stories, not only today, but in the past, as we've been listening and reaching out to people that have been providing that support and have been in abuse.
Okay, so yeah, I just think it's really great to see at least one country in the West attempting to at least welcome some people. I would say the specificity is maybe a little much. I'd prefer something perhaps broader, but hey, it's a start, and it's certainly better than what Biden just did, so I'm not complaining. Just go further, that's all I'm saying. Okay, let's go next to this, to South of America, but not in South America. This is from the Associated Press from a day ago, where Mexico City's Zacala Plaza celebrated Shine Bomb's projected victory. We've been talking about the Mexican presidential election. For like the last week, I think. At least a few days. We will maintain a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, and guarantee all the President López Obrador's welfare programs.
Se siente una gran felicidad.
There's great happiness,
no solamente porque es una mujer, claro, por supuesto porque es una mujer, sino porque es la presidenta que México necesita para poder seguir adelante.
Sin duda, es un gran hito histórico.
Without a doubt, it's a historical milestone that Mexico will have its first female president.
Es parte de los importantes.
Now, this was her challenger, I believe. This is part of the important advances in gender equality that we have achieved. Nonetheless, my recognition is accompanied by a firm demand for the grave results of our country and the indispensable respect for the Constitution. Okay. Now let's go on to this. I think I know what I have next, right? Oh. No, first let's look at this, and then we'll go on to this. Actually, no, we don't have time for that. We have no time for that. Silly. Let's just go directly to this. This is from Democracy Now! 10 hours ago. Claudia, maybe I'm saying this wrong. Claudia Sheinbaum, I think that's actually how I'm supposed to say it. Claudia Sheinbaum, how Mexican women's movement paved the way for the election of its first female president. Oops, I gotta switch.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. We turn now to major election results out of Mexico, where Claudia Sheinbaum has made history as the country's first woman and first Jewish person elected president of Mexico. Sheinbaum is a climate scientist, former mayor of Mexico City. She's a member of the ruling Morena party and a close ally of the Mexican president, AMLO, Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, who's been credited with lifting millions of Mexicans out of poverty. Preliminary results show Sheinbaum easily defeated her closest rival, trounced her, Xochitl Galvez. Sheinbaum addressed supporters Sunday in Mexico City.
No llego sola. Llegamos todas.
I didn't get here on my own. We, women, all got here together. Our female heroes who created the nation, our female ancestors, our mothers, our daughters, our granddaughters. I congratulate all the Mexicans that, by participating in the election, demonstrated that Mexico is a democratic country with peaceful elections.
Mexico's election was marred by terrible violence. At least 38 candidates were assassinated during the campaign. Meanwhile, to the north, President Biden is expected to sign an executive order today that would temporarily shut down the U.S.-Mexico border after asylum requests made by migrants surpassed 2,500 a day. Mexico's cooperation key in enforcing the measure, as migrants blocked from entering the U.S. will be forced to wait in Mexico. For more, we go to Mexico City, where we're joined by Laura Carlson, director of the Mexico City-based...
She thanked her husband, Jesus Christ. Her husband is Jesus Christ. Interesting. I didn't know you could make that official.
National relations think tank, Mira, Feminisms and Democracies. Laura, welcome back to Democracy Now! The significance of Sheinbaum's victory, the first woman president, and what this means in Mexico and in terms of U.S.-Mexican relations.
The big news, of course, Amy, is that Mexico has its first woman president. After 200 years of democracy and 65 male presidents, the populace elected a woman for the first time with an overwhelming majority. Now, this is more than a symbolic victory. What it means is that there's an example for younger women that women can be leaders, that they can gain the support of the population, and they offer greater horizons for younger women as they begin to think about their own futures. It also means, and I've been talking to women from other countries, for example, in Chile, with Michelle Bachelet as president 2 terms, and also in Honduras, Xiomara Castro, that there's a number of doors that open for women's equality and policies that have to do with women's equality. For one thing, there's usually greater dialogue. There are more channels of dialogue. For another, there's the support that women presidents can give each other, especially within this region, in terms of promoting gender equality policies across.
Okay, hold on. Let me just move this forward. Can't watch this whole thing.
That the relationship will be different with Claudia Sheinbaum. The current government does have feminists who are involved in it. There's an expectation that feminists will join this government as well, and that there may be new policies to direct the issue of violence, of gender-based violence. Femicide in Mexico is very high. It's kind of hard to pin down the numbers because it has a different legal definition in different entities. One of the things that she's proposing is that there be a federal definition of femicide and that it be a crime that's prioritized for prosecution. contributing with groups of lawyers for women who denounce crimes of gender-based violence. There's a series of proposals, most of which are fairly similar to what's been in place before. So women are looking to see a more aggressive policy. However, there is an expectation that...
Yeah, I knew she was a climate scientist. I think I knew that. But her husband is actually named Jesus. I see, and you're making the claim that Jesus is Jewish because Jesus was. I see. Wow. Wow.
There will be some changes here, and particularly in the tone. Claudia Sheinbaum is a very different type of politician from Andrés Manuel López Obrador. He was obviously the wind in her political sails to be able to achieve a victory which is a 30-point margin. It's greater than even most of the...
I gotta say, a climate scientist married to a Palestinian Jew named Jesus, Jesus, I mean, it's pretty based. I'd vote for her.
Polls assumed. She's winning by the latest figures, which is over 95% of the vote counted, by 59% to 28% to her closest rival, another woman candidate, which is interesting, from the right, Xochitl Gálvez, as you mentioned. And so his popularity, which has been consistently above 60% throughout his 6-year period, significantly contributed to her win, as well as the popularity of his programs. These programs, which are called the Fourth Transformation, which means the fourth moment of significant change in the history of Mexico from independence, the reform, and the revolution, giving it this historic dimension, are really based on social programs where a majority of Mexican families are...
Yeah, social programs. It sounds very woke. My God, Mexico's gone woke. They got Chinese $10,000 electric cars, social programs, a climate scientist woman for president. Man, they're just doing everything right. Aside from the high rates of femicide and the... yeah, but that's a... Well, I guess it's also a political issue, but let's separate it for now, just to bask in the glory. Let's see how she does for the least among her country. You think it's gonna be? You think she's going to? You think she's gonna be bad? Is that the feeling? Oh wait, maybe I'm misinterpreting what you're saying. Hold on. I think I just read that wrong. That's on me. I was interpreting that as like you suggesting that she's going to do a bad job, like she's going to do the least, but you meant for the least, like the people who are in the most need. I think that's what you mean, at least. Could be wrong. Anyway, let's move on from Mexico to, well, let's go across the pond to England. We got a couple of things to look at. First, let's talk a little bit about Faiza Shaheen. We talked about her yesterday a bit. How she's been ousted from the Labour Party for having liked a Jon Stewart tweet from 10 years ago that happened to be slightly critical of Israel and was in fact the tweet. It's the sketch itself was something of a criticism of this very sort of thing. But yeah, let's start with here's from Channel 4 News, 18 hours ago, exclusive from Channel 4 News obtains audio of Faiza Shaheen's Labour candidacy interview. Whoops. That's not it. Go back. Not Nigel. There we go.
Are you famous? Are you famous? No.
Faiza Shaheen had
could you
hoped
not
she'd
want
be
this
running
woman
as
in
a
your
Labour
party?
candidate
Come on.
with her baby in tow on the doorstep.
She's fantastic.
An unexpected meeting, though, with Labour's National Executive Committee, the people who choose candidates, changed that course. She's spoken about her disappointment in the decision.
I didn't expect to be treated this way, and that's maybe naive of me.
But Channel 4 News has obtained an exclusive audio recording of just how that meeting went down.
Sorry, let me compose myself. I think the baby can feel my stress.
The meeting happened on Tuesday at 6 p.m. The decision was sent by email at 9 p.m. the next day.
This from the meeting.
I just want to be very clear, this is not a disciplinary process.
Okay.
This is about the impact on the things that are being made aware to us.
The tweet.
A change of circumstances.
The liking of a tweet, not
and
even a tweet.
it's about the electoral impact this may have as we go forward into the election. So just, if you need to stop this, you just let me know, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I just thought I would have some childcare. My husband's not home from work yet. It's just...
Oh, God.
The three NEC members on the call run through an outline of social media activity dating back to 2014, and Faiza Shaheen is asked to explain herself, including a post which featured an American television sketch mocking Israeli and Palestinian hardliners with a caption about the Israel lobby, which she says she did not see and has since apologised for. Then she raises her own experiences of racism.
I didn't get to do a written thing or anything because obviously you guys emailed me. I was with the baby and you noticed at like 3:30 or something. Yeah, so I've had some pretty bad experiences, I'm afraid to say, like even having a serious complaint of Islamophobia never responded to. And so, you know, I would think that the Labour Party like allows me to talk about my experiences.
We shared these.
Yeah, and that sort of like selective concern, you know, it feels pretty racist is what it feels like.
With Mish Rahman, who's a member of the National Executive Committee.
This sort of factional purge has to stop. Starmer has to stop the silly games. They have to own their mistakes.
How many Labour leftists have been purged? I know I heard about Corbyn, heard about Diane Abbott, but she was reinstated. I've heard about Faiza Shaheen, but I feel like there's been, I think I heard there's as many as 10. I feel like I need to look this up now because I feel like I need more information on this whole situation. It's really getting fucked up over there.
So it's really important that to reach the whole of the electorate, you need to tap into people of assets from across the broad church, which is so openly promotes that your party is a broad church. But right now it's behaving like a tiny chapel out in the sticks.
You've mentioned the Labour leader denies a purge of the left is taking place. Ultimately, the choice of candidate is down to the party. Earlier, we asked Sir Keir Starmer about his position on the process of how Faiza Shaheen was barred as a candidate.
This is a changed Labour Party, and part of that change is being absolutely clear about country first, being absolutely clear about the importance of defence and security, which is what we are doing this morning. And part of it is about making sure I've got the best possible candidates to put before the country.
The National Executive Committee meet tomorrow to finalise the Labour candidates for selection. As of now, Faiza Shaheen is not on that list.
Back into our politics, an ambition back into our policy.
Well, we approached the Labour Party for its response to the recording. They told us it is vital that candidates at this general election uphold the highest possible standards. This meeting...
Uphold the highest possible standards? What does that even mean? It's ridiculous. This is ridiculous. The Green Party is the only option. Yeah, I've heard that. I've been hearing that from a couple of people. It does seem like the Labour Party wants nothing to do with anything that's left of center. At least under Keir Starmer. Sorry, how do you say it? Starmer. Now let's look at something else going on. Well, happened. I wouldn't say it's still going on. There may be some residual effects, as you'll see here. Let's start here. I felt this was the best angle to get of this. This is from 14 hours ago from the Guardian News, where Nigel Farage had an encounter with a drink that that encountered his face and other parts of his body, I would say. You can see her coming in from the left. Blam! Oh! Oh! That's what you get. Look at him. Oh, he really doesn't want to wipe it off. Oh. You saw him, he was like, he didn't want to look weak by wiping his face, so he just kind of like just tried to fix his hair. Oh god, UKIP 2.0 is already going really, really good. I feel like we wasted a good drink. Should have been piss. I feel like this does deserve a little bit more looking into. Just, you know, just because it's just worthwhile. It's worthwhile news. Oh, they're gonna slow it down first. Oh, you can. Wow. The ricochet was going over the head of the crowd. That was quite a throw, I gotta say. I'm impressed. She must play softball or something. The new Reform UK leader had relaunched. I love how they've decided to rebrand. Call it Reform. They've reformed themselves. A woman has been seen throwing a McDonald's milkshake at Mr. Farage as he left the place. I didn't quite catch that. Mr. Farage. Oh yeah, we don't have to listen to his little speech. That won't be necessary. The speech was terrible. The slow-mo was amazing, right? No, seriously, that's why I kept that one in. Okay, that's why I kept that one in for the slow-mo. You can't tell me it wasn't worth it. The dude deserves it. He's the one who thought up Brexit, basically. I mean, my God. The fact that he would be brazen enough to run for prime minister right now, I just find fascinating. And clearly that woman found it as fascinating as I do. I just didn't have access to a milkshake or Nigel Farage. 70% of milkshakes? That seems low, but I'll take you at your word. I assume you've done the due diligence on that. Okay, what was I doing? Yes. Let's move on to this story. I guess I'll leave it here. We're already here. This is a disturbing story that came out of Al Jazeera English from 16 hours ago, where apparently a woman in France has been arrested by French police over wearing a Palestinian scarf, where apparently they claimed that she was protesting, illegally protesting, by wearing it.
Donc là, elle est verbalisée parce qu'elle porte une tenue.
It seems perfectly normal. She looks so... like, what in the fuck is the complaint here? Oh my god. What if it was a red scarf? Then no problem, right? Oh my god, but brown girl wearing a Palestinian scarf? That requires police action. Immediately.
Illegal. Donc là, elle est verbalisée parce qu'elle porte une tenue palestinienne.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Il y a une personne.
Sorry, I'm not translating, I'm just listening. So now she's being ticketed because she's wearing a Palestinian outfit. She was alone. There was no one around her. She was alone waiting. And they're checking her identity on the grounds that she has had a distinctive sign related to this banned demonstration. Hold on, madam. You'll be receiving a fine. This is a prohibited demonstration. You hear that? She'll be receiving a fine. Wild.
Illegal.
Hold on, madam. You'll be receiving a fine for participating in a prohibited demonstration. She's been fined. There's no demonstration. She's been alone and she's just sitting here for a banned demonstration.
I'm wearing a Palestinian keffiyeh.
I'm wearing a keffiyeh.
In what world we're living?
C'est hallucinant.
It's amazing.
C'est une tenue traditionnelle.
It's a traditional outfit.
Pour participation à une manifestation interdite.
So here she's being fined for a prohibited demonstration.
C'est hallucinant.
It's mind-boggling. No kidding, it's mind-boggling. This should be illegal. Making the wearing of a scarf illegal should be illegal. I don't know how you put that into practice, but I think it wouldn't be that hard. I'm not deeply familiar with the French system, democracy, but I'm pretty sure there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. Just ridiculous, eh? Well, let's look at a form of French protest that didn't receive the same sort of response from police officers. I wonder why.
I don't want reality.
This is a French and Spanish farmer protest where they blocked the road on both sides of the border in protest of EU policy. It's in Buriat too. So French and Spanish farmers basically called each other up on, what is it, WhatsApp or something, and said, let's get together and block the border. Well, they didn't seem to get the same response from the police that that woman got for wearing a keffiyeh. Not that I'm necessarily here to complain about the protest itself, just about the response, right? Just like, it figured like a perfect timing to be like, oh, here's some people who clearly did something that's actually causing some kind of a problem that usually police wouldn't like, but instead it's a woman wearing a fucking scarf. Okay, let's move along to this troubling story. Okay, we're here already, huh? Okay. Making decent time ish. Oh god, Oh no, I just scrolled down. I forgot how long the list is today. There's no way I'm never going to get sleep. This is from 18 hours ago, from BBC. Fascism. Is Italy's government allowing the past to live on? And we kind of touched on this story like a tiny bit at one point. But this goes really deep.
Italy 2024, where the battles of the past still smoulder.
Are you a fascist?
If you ask me like that, I probably would say yes, but I have to complete the term and say I'm a revolutionary.
A march in Milan for a far-right student killed almost...
Gotta say, that's my second least favorite answer to that question. Or even like the beginning of an answer to that question. Yes, but. You know? The only worse answer than yes, but is yes, and. Yes, I'm a fascist, and you should see my basement.
50 years ago by the far left.
We're seeing things in these recent years that are very similar to what happened at the beginning of the regime.
The years of violent clashes between fascists and anti-fascists have gone, but the words and the polarization live on.
Being anti-fascism in Italy means be a violent person who shut the door to all others.
Competing narratives in the country that created fascism.
Il calendario più venduto in Italia, questo tra l'altro.
You've got the Mussolini calendar.
This is the best-selling calendar.
You said this is the most sold calendar in Italy.
And still allows its sympathizers.
In realtà questi conti
d'Italia
con il suo passato non li ha mai fatti davvero.
As it draws to a close, the finale, with a chilling throwback to Italy's dictatorship decades.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus, I say that.
These kinds of demonstrations with the fascist salutes happen across the country year in, year out. The state allows them to take place, and society somehow seems to tolerate them. I want to find out why, and why some of the images associated with the dark chapters of Italy's past still infuse the present.
Out of the shadows. Winking.
For the hardcore believers, a return to where it, or rather he, began. The small town of Predappio in northeast Italy, the birthplace of Benito Mussolini, the country's fascist dictator, assassinated in 1945 after a ruthless 20-year...
Hold on, we're going to pause this. So basically these people are here to celebrate Mussolini, and they have this whole freaking like festival in honor of him. Shit is fucking ridiculous. Oh boy. Okay, hold on. I can't watch this whole thing. It's like 20 minutes long. You're sorry for lurking lurkily? Your social battery is dead. Okay. Yeah. Why are people so susceptible to cultish behavior? I don't know. I wish I had an answer to this. Honestly, I can't even pause it right now. We're gonna have to wait. Oh,
every year on the anniversary of his death, the faithful gather to honor him. Not for them the established narrative of his reign of terror. Down the road, Mussolini merge. From the traditional to the tacky. An extraordinary world of dictatorship kitsch.
Can you imagine an equivalent place existing in Germany selling Hitler and Nazi paraphernalia? It just wouldn't happen. This is extraordinary. It's Mussolini marketing, and it sells.
Then it begins. Part funeral procession, part military parade. A pilgrimage to his resting place. They're called to attention, and then silence for their victim. They file in towards his tomb. We're not welcome.
Yep. Fashion. It's wild. It's just absolutely wild. And of course they don't want the press to go in. Yeah, fascism seemingly everywhere, and we need to do whatever we can to stop it. We're not done talking about this, because this shit gets... Oh, God. What do I even cut out of this? Go right here.
The party remained sidelined until Silvio Berlusconi brought it into his coalition, legitimizing the extreme.
Li abbiamo fatti entrare noi nel 94, li abbiamo legittimati noi, li abbiamo costituzionalizzati noi.
Today, the black shirt salutes fill various yearly tributes.
Good God.
They say it's historical commemoration. Critics call it glorification of past crimes.
Fascism didn't die in 1945.
È stato sconfitto militarmente, ma ha continuato a
It was
vivere
militarily
nella
defeated, but it
pancia
continued to live in
di
the
molti
heart of
italiani.
many Italians.
Mi chiamo Paolo
My name is Paolo Berizzi.
Sono un giornalista.
I am a
Mi
journalist.
occupo di
I have been investigating
neofascismo,
neo-fascism and neo-Nazism.
E da quasi 6 anni vivo
for
sotto
6 years
scorta
I've been
per
living under police
minacce neofasciste e
due to
neonaziste.
neo-fascist
Una vita
and neo-Nazi
blindata
threats.
e vuol dire che tu al ristorante.
Hold on. All right. Slightly forward.
Same anti-democratic aims, glorifying fascism, using violence to do so, or promoting the suppression of freedom. But it's only been used twice to dissolve fringe movements, and it leaves it up to judges to decide whether acts like the salute are a crime. Many think the law could have been used after this, protests over COVID restrictions that attacked Italy's main trade union. It was seen as out of the fascist playbook, since the unions were targeted under Mussolini. Forza Nuova took part that day, a fringe hard-right party still not banned.
Hi.
Wow. This is
Luca Castellini, its deputy.
Just to prepare everybody here, this dude's room that you're about to see here is maybe the world's worst man cave ever.
Leader was jailed for the violence, but freed pending appeal.
You don't want to find yourself accidentally in this fucking place.
People's Republic. Donbass.
Donbass in Ukraine, the part of Ukraine taken by Russia, or claimed by Russia.
È la parte dell'Ucraina
It's the part
che è
of
russa.
Ukraine that is
Il calendario
Russia.
più venduto in Italia, questo tra l'altro.
You've got the Mussolini calendar. You said this is the most sold calendar in Italy.
No, non lo dico io, lo dicono i dati.
No, I'm not the one saying it. It's fact.
We are fascists. A call to arms. We are fascists. And then up here, this is of course, the flag of the old
Repubblica Sociale, sì.
fascist republic.
Io ve lo dico.
This was also Luca Castellini.
Chi ha permesso questa serata?
Am I not wrong? Is that not is that not the world's worst fucking man cave? For fuck's sake, that's the that the place just shouldn't exist.
Tutto chi ha fatto da garante ha un nome. Adolf Hitler.
Technically, they're illegal in Italy. Yeah. I think they just mentioned that. And yet it's not being enforced, and at least in relation to that, it's up to the discretion of the judges, apparently.
as head of Verona's Ultras, Italy's hardcore football fans, long a breeding ground of extremism. He's been banned from the stadium after saying a black player could never be truly Italian.
Do you think it's acceptable to joke about Adolf Hitler?
Ma non è questione di giocare, io potevo dire anche Stalin, potevo dire Pol Pot, potevo dire qualsiasi altro dittatore della storia. Era una battuta ed è stata considerata tale dal tribunale, difatti, che mi ha assolto. Quindi,
would you say the same thing again?
Vuol dire che si può fare assolutamente, certo.
You would repeat the same thing.
Ripetere, voglio dire che non è un reato.
What would you say to a Jewish person?
What would he say? Let's find that out.
Italian Jewish person who lost their family to the Holocaust.
Ma non so come la può pensare, ma voglio dire, ce ne sono di popoli che hanno avuto le persone morte in guerra o voglio dire, le guerre ci sono.
That is not what he asked. Jesus Christ. Dude, this is disgusting. You lived and worked in Verona for a year? That's interesting. Honestly, sounds kind of fun. Well, certainly can't rest easy on fascism around the world. There are veins of it everywhere. Okay, let's see here. What's next? All right, let's look at this. This is from a day ago, where Nigeria's strike has shut down its power grid and grounded flights.
Nigeria.
Wars are always there. I mean, it sounds like the same exact rhetoric that we hear from, like Israelis and stuff who are also justifying genocides.
Nigeria's main labour unions shut down the national grid and disrupted airline operations across the country on Monday. This was the start of an indefinite strike over the government's failure to agree a new minimum wage. In Lagos, artist Daniel Levy said he was booked onto an 11 a.m. flight to the capital Abuja.
And it's looking like there's no hope because it's almost 12. And the workers that were inside were chased to be outside right now. So all hope is lost and I have to go back and hope we can move tomorrow.
This is the fourth strike by the Nigerian Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress, two of Nigeria's biggest unions since President Bola Tinubu took office last year. State-owned utility, the Transmission Company of Nigeria, said union members drove away operators at the country's power control rooms and shut down at least 6 substations. That eventually shut down the national grid in the early hours of the morning.
Me personally, I'm in solidarity with them. That's just me. Even though it might be causing problems, I would assume that strike is probably due to the fact that they are, incurring an incredible amount of work for not enough pay. Nigeria had a problem with police harassing its young people. Yeah, I mean that's had a litany of different sort of. It depends on when history starts. When does history start in that question? Just teasing you. Okay. What's next? God, I've lost my place. Alright, let's look at this. This is from a day ago from the Associated Press, where Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei is claiming that support for Israel is melting away. Yeah, I would say that he's probably right about that some degree. Slowly,
An appeals court in
surely.
Pakistan has acquitted.
Oh, wait. Did I just go past it? Oh, my lists are different. Oh, whatever. We'll just do this.
رژیم صهیونیستی در مقابل چشم مردم دنیا داره به تدریج ذوب می شود. داره تمام میشه. اینو مردم دنیا دارن میبینن. تو تبلیغات البته حرف میزنن اما واقع قضیه اینه هم خودشون میدونن هم سیاسیون دنیا بسیاری میدانن هم بسیاری از ملت‌ها این رو میفهمن و هم ملت فلسطین رو فهمیده.
Yeah, I mean, he's right about that. To some degree. I wouldn't say that all support from Israel's gone. We certainly have evidence against that, considering. But it does seem like things have genuinely shifted, especially since this most recent ceasefire deal was released. I don't know. It's just it is starting to really feel like. I also heard another country recognized Palestine today. I don't even have a video for it. I just saw it, like a post somewhere. I think it was Middle East Eye who posted it somewhere. Nigerian government is corrupt no matter who's in power. You get bullied into paying bribes just to get the basics done. Nigeria has dealt with some problems in the past, haven't they? They still got some problems now. Can't remember. Who was it that colonized Nigeria? Was it Germany? Or was it France? I think it might have been France. No, it's Britain? I gotta look it up now. Yeah. Oh. I'm getting distracted. Focus back in. I mean, it could have been easy. Well, the fact is, you know, in that region in Africa, it's a toss-up, right? It could be one of three people, right? France, Britain, Germany. And I just get them confused sometimes, you know. I feel like I need a map just to access at all times to reference back to who was the last person to colonize the particular African countries. Hold on. Where am I? Okay, let's go to the Indian elections. Been talking about them for what feels like 2 months. However, things have ended up much differently than expected, at least than what I was expecting, and what we had been kind of projecting this whole time. To some, not entirely, but the complete landslide victory by Modi seems to, as counting is now underway, potentially be under threat.
Mammoth.
which concluded on Saturday. Ballot boxes and electronic voting machines have been opened
Nigeria
at heavily
UK.
guarded polling stations. Results should come in later today. The Indian Election Commission says a record 642 million people voted. Early results show that Prime Minister Narendra Modi's BJP party has taken a lead. Samir Hussain has this report.
Cruising into this election, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Fueled by adulation and Hindu-centric ideology. His main opponent, Rahul Gandhi, heir of a political dynasty, leader of Indian National Congress. Before the elections kicked off, their bank accounts were frozen by the government.
This is not freezing of the Congress party's bank accounts. This is the freezing of Indian democracy.
Congress built a coalition with dozens of other political parties to counter Mr. Modi. They say the Prime Minister used intimidation to prevent a fair campaign. Politicians were raided, chief ministers jailed.
Yeah.
Initially, the Modi campaign was all about promoting his accomplishments, but quickly.
So yeah, I think we've talked a lot about this, so we're not going to rehash all of it, but I just wanted to remind us of what's been going on there. But yeah, I mean, Modi has been, Modi and the oh fucking hell, my brain just broke. The Hindu Nationalist Party have been cracking down on any dissenting voices attempting to run for government, people that represent minority ethnic groups in like ethnic and religious groups in India, such as Sikhs, such as Muslims, and he's a major brown, yes, he is a major brown fascist. Can't disagree with that. But let's talk about this a little bit more. This is from Democracy Now! 12 hours ago. According to them, a setback for the cult of Modi. Indian opposition faring surprisingly well in early election count.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. We begin today's show in India, where preliminary results from the world's largest election suggest Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Hindu nationalist BJP party will have a reduced majority in parliament. Meanwhile, the opposition alliance, known by the acronym INDIA, India, and led by Rahul Gandhi critic Arvind Kejriwal, surrendered to prison after voting. He's a former senior tax official who founded an anti-corruption party and was arrested on corruption charges, which he denies.
I want to say to the people of Delhi that I'm going to jail again, not because I have done a scam, but because I have raised my voice against dictatorship.
Meanwhile, in North Kashmir, a candidate known as Engineer Rashid, who's jailed on militancy charges, has won his race against a candidate who has already conceded. Opponents of Prime Minister Narendra Modi have accused him of using hate speech after he described Muslims in India as infiltrators. This is Modi addressing an election rally in April.
Do you think your hard-earned money should be given to infiltrators? Would you accept this? This is what the Congress's manifesto is saying.
It's horrible.
This comes as journalists who are critical of Prime Minister Modi have been expelled, investigated, and raided by his government. For more, we go to New Delhi, India. We're joined.
Why are we hearing so much of this kind of like right-wing rhetoric, like around the world? It really spans the continents, and it's just, oh God, it's just grossing me out.
By Rana Ayub, Indian journalist and global opinions writer for The Washington Post, where her latest article is headlined, "Journalism in India is Under Assault." She's the author of Gujarat Files, Anatomy.
You think it's because of the failing of capitalism? Yeah, I keep coming back to that same conclusion myself. I just feel like a broken record blaming late-stage capitalism for everything.
Of a cover-up. We thank you so much for joining us, Rana. If you can start off by talking about the significance of the election results. What is so surprising?
Coffeeism? You think that's it? I'm not even sure what that entails, but it sounds dangerous.
Today.
Hello, Amy. Good to be back on the show. Everybody in this country and exit polls in this country were predicting a massive third term for Prime Minister Modi. What is significant is that this entire election was fought around the cult of Modi, which it is fought around the vilification of Muslims. In every electoral speech, every rally that Modi took, he was vilifying Muslims. He was calling them infiltrators, outsiders, so on and so forth. More than anything else, it was probably also one of the most undemocratic elections, with opposition leaders being jailed before the elections, income tax and enforcement directorate raids on the Indian opposition, their bank accounts frozen. In that context, when the numbers of the ruling party is reduced to this number, to what we are seeing today, it's quite a massive reduction. It really impacts the cult and the popularity of Modi, because the entire election campaign was fought around Modi's guarantee, Modi's promise. Across billboards in India, you had Modi literally blessing Indians, right? That's what he was doing. So I think...
Yeah, I mean, we even saw him on this stream go to a temple, a Hindu temple, built on top of a Muslim mosque that was razed to the ground, literally burnt to ashes, and then and then literally went there on TV and blessed the temple itself. It's just wild. Hold on, we can't watch this whole interview. Don't have time. Coffeeism. I think this is around the spot.
Anti-Muslim campaigning. What the Citizenship Amendment Act, the new citizenship law that recently passed in India that Modi has vowed now to implement. Could you talk about that and this whole effectively creating religious criteria for citizenship?
Well, the Muslims in India have been living in fear. With the results, there has been a great deal of cynicism, because the Citizenship Amendment Act and the National Register of Citizens, it allows, Muslims will have to prove their citizenship. And persecuted minorities, except Muslims, will be given citizenship in India. And it was notified just 2 months before the elections. This, along with what the government is trying to introduce, the Uniform Civil Code, so that the Muslim code will be taken away, and many such majoritarian politics. But what is interesting with this election result is that I was sitting this morning with Muslims who have been arrested in the past. I was watching the election results with them. And these are people who have been quite cynical. When I asked them, what did this mean to them? And they said that this might not immediately stop the persecution of Muslims, but it might give them the breathing space. It might give them the space to resist at a time when some of India's best known student activists and Muslim activists are behind bars. So I think it's a bit of a shot in the arm. It might be too early yet, not knowing how one can predict Modi's majoritarian politics, but it has certainly given a shot in the arm to the ones who wanted to resist and to hope for a better India, or for a democratic India. Because the biggest fear for all of us was, it was the democracy of the country which was at stake, the democratic norms which were at stake in this election. With the world's largest democracy, voter suppression, Muslim voters were not allowed to vote in many areas, in many constituencies in India. So with all this kept in mind, I feel that a reduced majority for Modi could be a sigh of relief for Muslims in the country.
Comedian John Oliver addressed Prime Minister Modi in a new episode of his show This Week Tonight, which he said he doubted would be allowed to air in India. And in fact, it has not. And it's not available on YouTube there either. This is a clip.
You would think that all of this would be fertile ground for Modi's critics to exploit. But it's actually hard to do that in India. For one thing, it's difficult to confront him to his face because he hasn't held a single press conference in India in the last 10 years. And the interviews that he's granted have been the exact opposite of hard-hitting.
Do you carry a purse on you? A wallet to hold your cash?
Jesus Christ.
Do you have a best friend? Best friend forever? With whom you share matters of the heart?
At this age, how do you bring so much energy?
Does our Prime Minister eat mangoes?
He looks good. And he looks hard.
Does he cut it first or eat it with the stone still in?
Okay, most of those questions are embarrassing softballs, but how do you eat a mango is a valid thing to ask.
That was John Oliver with Last Week Tonight. Also, the highly acclaimed award-winning Indian writer Arundhati Roy has said if the BJP wins this election, India will not remain a democracy. This is Arundhati Roy when she accepted the 2023 European Essay Award in September.
It is no longer just our leaders we must fear, but a whole section of the population. The banality of evil, as Hannah Arendt would have called it, the normalization of evil is now manifest in our streets, in our classrooms, in our very many public spaces. The mainstream press, the hundreds of 24-hour news channels have been harnessed to the cause of fascist majoritarianism. India's constitution has effectively been set aside. The Indian Penal Code is being rewritten. If the current regime wins a majority in 2024, it is very likely we will see a new constitution.
That's the...
Okay. Yeah. It is, it's only a small, what do you call it? Light in the dark, dark tunnel, right? There's, a lot that needs to happen in India. The fact that Muslims weren't even allowed to vote in multiple, Indian, I think they're called, are they states? Counties? I forget how they're referred to as, but in the different voting districts, having suppression of, religious minorities, keeping them from voting, it's just wild. Been trying to remember the woman who was running for president who was shot and killed in India? I don't know specifically offhand. Man, I've got a bunch more stuff that I was planning on looking at, but we're already so deep into this. How much more do I have left? Okay, the rest of these aren't very long, so this shouldn't be too difficult. Benazir Bhutto. Okay, yes, I think I remember that story. It's like a faint memory in my mind 10 years ago. My God. Okay. So if you haven't heard this yet, let's talk about this. Because the Maldives, which are an island chain to the south of India, they have decided to ban Israeli tourists from coming to their country. This is from 19 hours ago. Now, I think there was, I can't remember if they actually banned it soon, like earlier. I think they may have, I think they were in the process of doing it because we talked about this, I think maybe a couple of weeks ago, but I think it is now, it's 100% official now. I'm not sure if It doesn't matter. The important part is the substance of it. And it turns out like thousands of Israelis go to the Maldives for vacationing. So this will in fact affect Israeli citizens. This holiday destination will ban Israeli visitors in solidarity with Palestine. The Maldives is known for its secluded sandy white beaches and shallow turquoise waters. It is beautiful. It is a tiny Islamic republic made up of more than 1,000 coral islets. The office of the archipelago's president announced the ban in a June 2nd statement. Okay, so it was just made official, okay. The president further decided to set up a fundraising campaign to assist our brothers and sisters in Palestine with the help of the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees in the Near East. Israel's foreign ministry has told its citizens to avoid traveling to the Maldives. For Israeli citizens already in the country, it is recommended to consider leaving because if they find themselves in distress for any reason, it will be difficult for us to assist. The Maldives has banned Israeli tourists in the past but lifted restrictions in the early 90s. The Indian Ocean nation also moved to restore relations with Jerusalem in 2010. Diplomatic efforts ended when President Mohammed Nasheed was deposed in 2012. 528 Israeli tourists that visited the Maldives from just January to April of 2024. That's good news, I would say. Let's talk one other Asian nation before we go back through the Red Sea to talk about Palestine and Israel. This is from Associated Press from 19 hours ago, where the U.S. Defense Secretary met with Cambodian leader to push defense ties as China strengthens.
Yes, they brought that up. The first one was D1 done in the first regiment. Initially,
it's impossible to hear anything they're saying. It's so annoying. The Seychelles, they're gonna go to the Seychelles now. What the hell is that sound? That is terrible. Okay, I think that's better. The Seychelles just banned the requirement for a visa for Israeli citizens traveling there. Oh, that's lame. Ugh. Not a fan of that news. Hope that's fake news. I hope that's fake news. Alright, now, actually, I lied to you. We're not going to go straight through the Red Sea. We're actually going to go back to the United States, because today I had so much United States stuff that I would have taken a break at, like, I don't know, 3 hours today if we had done it all. And I've already skipped a bunch of videos just because of how slow I'm going today. But let's go to this. This is from a day ago, where, if you haven't heard, police arrested 70 protesters after they entered a San Francisco building housing the Israeli consulate.
Pro-Palestinian demonstrators took their protest directly to the
Wait, it is fake news or it's not fake news? I'm confused. I think it's fake
Israeli
news.
consulate in San Francisco today, making their way
No, I believe you. It's probably not fake news. It just sucks to hear.
inside the building. Organizers say it's a continuing effort to demand a permanent ceasefire in the continuing war between Israel and Hamas. Here's NBC Bay Area's Sergio Quintana in San Francisco.
From inside the lobby of 456 Montgomery, one of the protesters uses a bullhorn to rally the group. Organizers say about 100 people made it into the lobby and foyer as part of this ongoing demand for a lasting ceasefire in Gaza.
We are here and inviting people all over the country to continue to occupy Israeli consulates, U.S. elected offices and government buildings, and Zionist organizations.
This protest started about 9 a.m. and just before noon, San Francisco police issued an order to leave the privately owned building or they would be arrested. A few minutes later, they began making arrests and leading people out of the building in zip ties. We've been watching as one by one, each protester is being led out of the building and into waiting police vans. One man who was observing the protest says he read a headline on social media about the protest and wanted to see what was going on.
I got a notification from the New York Times or the Chronicle saying that...
Okay. This kid just showed up out of the blue. They decided to interview him instead of the protesters for whatever reason. But yeah, the protest happened outside of the Israeli consulate. They did not they were not violent. It was completely peaceful. They were in the lobby and all they did was put a flag up that said something about divesting from all Zionist institutions or something like that, very based. Probably not New York Times. No, that was I think CBS. Who was that? NBC. What was I doing? Yes. Let's just look at one more piece, just to wrap this up about this protest here. This is from Al Jazeera from a day ago as well.
Police in the U.S. state of California have arrested at least 70 people involved in a protest in solidarity with Palestinians at the Israeli consulate in San Francisco. Dana Takruri was there as it unfolded.
At about 8:45 a.m. local time, roughly 100 anti-genocide protesters walked into the consulate, occupied the lobby, unfurled a flag that reads "Zionism kills," and vowed to sit in there until they were arrested. That's what ultimately happened about 3 hours later, and they're continuing to be arrested right now. The protesters are condemning the ongoing genocide, the U.S. complicity in this genocide. They are heeding the calls of students in Gaza for international solidarity, which includes occupying Israeli consulates and embassies such as this one.
In a sense, we're occupying the occupier's space, and we're doing that because we are part of the growing masses of people who are demanding an end to the genocide.
Ultimately, Israel is making these decisions with U.S. backing, and we have to disrupt wherever we can.
I was one of very few journalists in there, so I witnessed it all unfolding from the very beginning. At one point, when the police eventually did move in and issue their dispersal order, I was told you're on private property and even you as a journalist will be arrested, at which point I left. This action...
So they even threatened, oh god, what's her name? We listen to her all the time. God damn it. They even threatened a journalist with arrest for being a journalist.
Illegal.
Okay. That's the world we're living in now. I mean, we saw plenty of attacking of journalists, in fact. Wasn't in Israel. I mean, it's been in Israel, but it was also on campus, around campus protests. We saw multiple police officers attack journalists just documenting things. Okay. Now, let's quickly look at this. This is from about a day ago, where Toronto University held a graduation for Gaza's victims. Dap Shapiro will report pro-Hamas protesters. Is the D in DAP dry? The University of Toronto students held a graduation ceremony for Gaza war victims.
It has also been applied to Kashmir, to Haiti, to Cuba, to the Tigray.
Our students, instead of graduating and going to their convocation, they're holding this space at this People's Circle because they're asking the university to disclose, to divest from weapons companies whose bombs have killed many of Gaza's students, and to cut ties with Israeli universities that have been complicit in developing the weapon systems, the military doctrines that have killed all of that have destroyed all of Gaza's universities, but that have killed thousands of Palestinian students, professors, staff, and other workers, and thousands still remain under the rubble.
Ahmed Saleh Abu Omar, 18 years old.
Yeah, I think this was one of those things that really made me think, right? You know, just about that very specific sort of situation, right? I think it's just perfect to see them doing such a thing, even though they could be at their graduation ceremony. Instead, they're recognizing all the people who don't get to graduate, all the people who are helping people graduate, young people, teachers. We've talked so much about how institutions such as schools and hospitals have been bombed. I think it only makes sense to take a moment for those people that have had to go through with losing a loved one or otherwise. Okay, now we're gonna get into more Gaza stuff, but now it's gonna be not protest related. Well, let's start with this then. This is from Euronews from 21 hours ago, where the U.S. is urging the UN Security Council to support Israel-Hamas ceasefire plan. I found this fascinating. I mean, wow. It's how many times have we blocked one of those? Really though, it's about time.
The United States has urged the United Nations to accept a three-phase ceasefire and hostage deal between Israel and Hamas proposed by President Joe Biden. The plan would see an end to fighting in Gaza after nearly 8 months, along with the release of all hostages and a huge increase of aid into the territory. US Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield says the US has sent a draft resolution to the 14 other council members, which includes a full and complete ceasefire within the first 6 weeks. It would also reiterate the Council's commitment to a two-state solution and stress the importance of unifying the Gaza Strip and the West Bank under Palestinian Authority.
Great question. What about Israel's acceptance? I mean, that's absolutely the question at hand right now. But I do feel, like I was kind of saying yesterday, even though initially I was pretty skeptical about this, I am starting to feel like the Biden administration is genuinely starting to put pressure on Israel for the first time in, I don't know, 8 months. And it's nice to see. I'm not gonna lie. It's real late, but better late than never. I guess that's the fucking cliche we'll use today. Jesus Christ. But the, you know, initially I was pretty skeptical because I heard somebody say it that they thought that Biden was actually claiming that it was an Israeli deal when in fact the Biden administration had probably crafted it just from the previous deals that had been gone back and forth, which were all basically the exact same, and attempted to put pressure on them. And I mean, I'm starting to think, especially with them going to the UN, especially before either side has accepted it, it feels like they're trying to kind of like, what's the word? The Palestinians have no say in this plan. It's a great point. There's not much in the way of Palestinian say at all, unless you count Hamas. And I think that's pretty difficult to to do. So yeah, you make a great point there.
Hamas has said it views the proposal positively. But Israeli President Benjamin Netanyahu says the offer still includes gaps. Acceptance of the deal would also threaten Netanyahu's presidency, as ultra-nationalists say they'll bring down his government if he agrees to a ceasefire that doesn't completely eliminate Hamas. But if he rejects the deal, he risks worsening Israel's isolation from the international community and could come under fire for abandoning the hostages in favor of protecting his own position. It comes as the Palestinian death toll rises to more than 30.
Was that Lady Liberty at an Israeli protest? That was so weird. For a second I thought I was looking at footage from America. Then I saw Hebrew on a flag.
6,000 according to Gaza's health ministry, with thousands of people returning to find their homes in Khan Yunis turned to rubble after having fled to Rafah earlier in the war.
Oh God, don't remind me of the pier, Jerry. It's the last thing I want to think about. No, we already talked about that so much. Oh my fucking God, it is just one of my least favorite things. The $320 million pier that the government, that pretty much everybody that knew anything said, including myself, and that's a low bar. But when it comes to me, was saying, no, that's not going to be enough. The amount of aid that you can deliver via this pier that you're suggesting is going to be minuscule in comparison to the amount that is needed, that could be delivered by ground transportation. And yet we decided to build it. Then it broke. And it floated into the sea. And the State Department said it was fine. We just need more money to fix it. That's all. Let's go to this. This is from a day ago. According to the Associated Press, Netanyahu said that he was not at all pressured to dismiss the American ceasefire deal that was proposed here. Bad lefty, good to see you.
אנחנו פועלים באין ספור דרכים כדי להחזיר את החטופים שלנו. אני חושב עליהם כל הזמן. אני חושב עליהן כל הזמן. על המשפחות שלהם, על הסבל שלהם. ולכן הלכנו כברת דרך ארוכה כדי להחזיר אותם. אבל תוך כדי הפעולה הזאת,
I'm just not paying attention at all.
אנחנו שמרנו...
Why do I suck?
אנחנו פועלים באין ספור דרכים כדי להחזיר את החטופים שלנו. אני חושב עליהם כל הזמן. אני חושב עליהם כל הזמן.
Wow. This guy is wild.
I don't want reality.
Listen, we are working in countless ways. Now, if you interpret this in the least charitable possible way, which let's try to do. We are working in countless ways to return our hostages. We are working in so few ways to return the hostages that we can't count them because the number is 0. And so that can't count 0. It's indefinable. Okay. And then he thinks about them all the time. Now, to be super uncharitable, maybe he's thinking about them all the time because he's thinking that the more hostages they find, the the worse he looks, and the less this war can be justified by their supposed return.
אני חושב עליהן כל הזמן, על המשפחות שלהם, על הסבל שלהם. ולכן הלכנו כברת דרך ארוכה כדי להחזיר אותם. אבל תוך כדי הפעולה הזאת, אנחנו שמרנו על מטרות המלחמה.
Wow, this guy is so fucked. Oh, I would, oh God, to be one of the families of the hostages right now listening to this, like, oh, he's thinking about you. Can't stop thinking about you. But even while your loved ones are important, he's been more focused on flattening Gaza and killing Palestinians. That's been goal number 1. And your hostage, I mean family member, is kind of getting in the way of that.
חיסול החמאס. אנחנו מתעקשים שאנחנו נשלים גם את זה וגם את זה. וזה חלק מהמתווה.
We insist that we complete both this
זה לא
and
משהו
that.
שאני
It's
מוסיף
part of the
עכשיו.
outline. It's not something I'm
זה לא
adding
משהו שאני
now.
מוסיף כי
It's not
לחצו
something I'm
עליי
adding because I was
בקואליציה.
pressured in the coalition. It's
זה
something we
משהו שסיכמנו עליו בקבינט המלחמה
in the
פה
war
אחד.
cabinet. This guy is such a piece of shit. I'm done with you. I've been done with Netanyahu.
Just days after President Biden presented
keep getting forced into listening to this man. Being his goddamn... That's my least favorite part of it, is translating for him. Because I don't know how to properly just portray my disdain through each word. It's pretty difficult, honestly. It's a struggle. Oh, God. But not nearly the same kind of struggle that Palestinians are dealing with right now. And let's look at some of that. This is from a day ago. Palestinians mourn 11, including children, killed in Israeli airstrikes in Gaza. Ceasefire deal on the table. Still incessantly bombing.
يا عمي حبيبتي الله أكبر الله أكبر اللهم صبرني يا رب اللهم اربط على قلبي الصبر مون نحطها في الظل
I feel like I've had so many images of people in bags just flashing before my eyes lately. It's like seared into my brain now, forever. Oh my god. What else do we have to talk about here? Oh god. You've been avoiding them, can't cope. I don't blame you. I've been trying to not stare into the abyss at all times, but seemingly is my duty at this point. All right, let's move on to this. This is from a day ago. Ugh, more Netanyahu. Can we skip the I thought I already got us past the Netanyahu. Ugh, okay, let's just quickly look at this because this is kind of where it's at right now. This fucking ceasefire seems to be once again possibly just dead in the water. Day ago, Netanyahu rejects immediate ceasefire required by Biden peace plan. So yeah, some people are definitely interpreting the way that he has been responding to this with regard to the complete destruction of Hamas. Some of the wording that he's chosen to use suggests that he would not agree to the idea of a ceasefire. And, you know, there's definitely been speculation that it's because of the threat by Itmar Ben-Gvir to quit, among others. But let's just listen to this real quick.
There are mixed signals tonight from the Israeli government about whether they will agree to a U.S. peace plan for Gaza. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel could start adopting parts of the plan, but not unless it leads to the total destruction of Hamas. Tonight it's been confirmed that 4 hostages are dead, including one British-Israeli man, Nadav Popplewell. Last week, President Biden set out a 3-part peace plan, starting with an initial 6-week ceasefire, leading to an end in the fighting, the freeing of all the hostages, and the reconstruction of Gaza without Hamas in power. Our Middle East correspondent Lucy Williamson hears from people inside Gaza and in the town of Sderot on the Israel-Gaza border to gauge reaction to the new plan.
The price...
I forgot. I think I remember what this is. Hold on. Hold on, chat. Even the BBC aren't clear who's playing this. Exactly. No, exactly.
Gaza's war is rising.
Oh God, this is the video. Oh, I hate this one. We got to go back. Okay, so real quick, this is gonna be one of my least favorite videos. Just due to the way BBC is planning on framing all of this. I just want to hear you just want to rehear the run up to this first most ridiculous thing said. Oh God.
Nadav Popplewell. Last week, President Biden set out a 3-part peace plan, starting with an initial 6-week ceasefire, leading to an end in the fighting, the freeing of all the hostages, and the
First, before we get too far ahead of ourselves, I hate this infographic. Israel-Gaza war. Just, whatever. You know what I'm thinking.
Destruction of Gaza without Hamas in power. Our Middle East correspondent Lucy Williamson hears from people inside Gaza and in the town of Sderot on the Israel-Gaza border to gauge reaction to the new plan.
The price of Gaza's war is rising as it's...
Seriously, that is the most ridiculous sentence that I've maybe ever heard in relation to all of this. It's not even a sentence. It's a 2-word. It's 2 words put next to each other. Gaza's war. What in the fuck does that mean? Somebody want to explain that to me, because I've been thinking about it. It's been literally, it's like a goddamn brainworm in my head like it's a RFK brainworm in there, just absolutely just tunneling its way in. I'm like, what does that fucking mean? Gaza's war? What are you saying, that they're the ones who like are waging this right now? What are you talking about? All of Gaza? It's the exact sort of framing we've been talking about being done by news outlets saying things that are vastly inaccurate or imprecise in language, or in fact intentionally precise in language in a way that is intended to cast aspersion on all Gazans, to be generalistic about Gazans, and to not even it's just and the fact is like to suggest at this point that any Palestinian has any sort of contribution to this anymore, right, is wild. But to suggest the whole of the population is somehow they're the ones who are waging it, that the beginning of this whole piece just makes me mad. And believe me, the rest, I don't know if you want to start guessing just how many times they say the war in Gaza or things like October 7th during this piece, but get, maybe get your guesses on.
Crumble. The price of peace too high for leaders on both sides.
The price is too
Israel said it had bombed more than 50 targets.
Oh my God.
Since yesterday. But Hamas is still fighting here, and hopes for the new ceasefire deal were mixed.
BBC is proudly both-siding this genocide right now.
Hamas should raise its demands and seriously adhere to the conditions they set, which are the people's demands.
Hamas, accept the deal. It's enough. Enough.
The fact is I'll bet they, these people have very little way of knowing what's going on right now. Right? They have no electricity. They have no telecommunications. From a lot of what they've been hearing, they probably assume that Israel has already accepted the peace plan because of the way that it was framed by Joe Biden, which is maybe an unintended consequence of the way he's decided to go about this whole thing, or maybe an intended one. I don't know. Point is that Hamas has already accepted this exact deal multiple times. Essentially, I think without. Maybe not. Maybe some specificity is lacking in that, but very similar versions of this deal. But Israel are the ones who are continuously pushing off this deal, and it's unfortunate to hear the BBC trying to create this sort of like Israeli propaganda right now. This is BBH.
What we lost, we urge Hamas to stop the war.
Israel's prime minister is negotiating on two fronts. His far-right allies say he must continue the war until Hamas is destroyed, or they'll bring down the government. He's insisted that his conditions for a ceasefire haven't changed.
Bullshit. This has been the ever-shifting goalpost. Are you kidding me?
We have gone a long way to return the hostages while keeping the war's objectives in mind, primarily the elimination of Hamas. We insist that we will achieve both. It's all part of the plan, not something I've just added.
But Hamas has said it won't free more hostages without a guarantee the war will end. Tonight, Israel learned that 4 more captives were...
No kidding. And with the things that Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying, I wouldn't... Yeah. I mean, the fact is they need to stop tanking every single fucking proposal that gets put out there, but that's just the reality that we're living in right now.
I don't want reality.
Oh, God. It's just so frustrating. But this man lies more than Trump. Look at that. B-Cat. A wild B-Cat has appeared in chat unexpectedly.
Confirmed to have died. Chaim Perry, Yoram Metzger, Amiram Cooper, and British-Israeli Nadav Popplewell.
After almost...
So yeah, 4 more hostages have been found dead. And it does seem like people in Israel are starting to get really, really pissed about this kind of stuff. I mean, at this point, I think it's probably, at least, maybe it's just me, maybe it's because I'm like consuming a certain kind of media, but I think I just have very little optimism for just how many hostages are still even alive at this point. There's been an absolute famine in Gaza, literally, according to the textbook definition, and been a continuous bombing campaign on the very tunnels where hostages were supposedly being kept. And it's depressing, but it's real. I mean, that's just the facts of what's happened over the last 8 months. Where are the hostages? I don't know. I wish I had wish I had a way of knowing, although I don't know what I would do with that information. Okay. So let's discuss this a little bit more, since, Israel has been saying that they need to eliminate Hamas in entirety over and over again. A State Department official was actually questioned on what exactly Hamas is capable of right now in this war, quote-unquote, war. So yeah, let's look at this real quick. Ugh.
Yeah. Thank you, Matt. I just wanted to follow specifically on this assessment of Hamas's military capability, because some of Israeli officials seem to have taken objection to that line in the president's speech about what they are capable of doing. John Kirby has since said that this stems from U.S. intelligence and military assessments as to what they're capable of. Are those assessments something that the Israelis share in terms of what Hamas is capable of? And then secondly, is that the same bar for the Israelis? Because it seems to be that that's at the crux of whether they're willing to agree to a permanent ceasefire or not.
So I'm not going to speak to what the Israeli military or intelligence assessment might be. As I just said, our assessment is that Hamas in no way could conduct a terrorist attack the size, the scale, the scope of what it launched on October 7th. It has been diminished as a terrorist organization, but that, again, does not mean that the threat has just...
So yeah, even according to Matthew Miller here, Hamas can't even conduct a terrorist attack, let alone a war.
Might be. As I just said, our assessment is that Hamas in no way could conduct a terrorist attack the size, the scale, the scope of what it launched on October 7th. It has been diminished as a terrorist organization, but that, again, does not mean that the threat has disappeared. It has not. Hamas continues to fight Israeli soldiers in Gaza. It continues to launch rocket attacks in Gaza, and those need to be dealt with. In terms of where the proposal, where
those singular rocket attacks, no self-defense for Palestinians, of course. Can't attack tanks that are attacking people in tents. That would be wrong. Thanks, Matt. Either way, you just admitted it. Hamas can't even engage in a war, let alone conduct a terrorist attack like Israel is claiming to be still concerned about after having completely leveled an entire country. Well, not an actual country, because it's not recognized by the UN as a state yet, but I feel like I'm getting so much closer to just saying on air live that Palestine has now been recognized by the international community broadly, because I think trying to remember who was it? Slovakia? Because we were talking about this earlier multiple times, that while Spain, Norway, and Ireland had announced it, there were talks about other countries, and I think at least an Eastern, it might have been Croatia, but I think it was an Eastern European country that has officially recognized Palestine today, or yesterday. No, because it's whatever time it is right now. I can see it. Oh, good God! All right, we haven't even done a goddamn galactic vote. How are we this far? Actually, we're getting close to being done. Okay. Do we listen to more Matthew Miller? No. I say no. The less Matthew Miller, the better. Let's watch this. 12 hours ago, from Middle East Eye. Quote unquote, oops, we did it again. Israel's deadly mistakes, quote unquote, against Palestinians are mounting. Okay. I think we know the story.
There's a pattern of Israel bombing and killing people in Gaza, then claiming it made a mistake.
This tragic mistake.
And this mistake in war, a mistake was made.
Is a grave mistake.
Only after there's public outcry. On the 26th of May, Israeli airstrikes killed over 40 Palestinians in their displaced tents in Rafah, an area designated by Israel as a safe zone. What was Israel's response after the global outcry to the massacre and graphic scenes? Netanyahu said it was a tragic mishap or mistake. Israel initially claimed it was targeting 2 Hamas officials, but produced no evidence to back up these claims. 2 days later, Israel targeted a nearby area in Rafah again and killed over 22 Palestinians in their tents. In April, Israel killed 7 foreign aid workers in Gaza with 3 consecutive airstrikes on clearly marked vehicles for the World Central Kitchen. Then Israel said it was a serious mistake only after there was global outrage and condemnation of the brutal killings of...
Seriously though, it's just so repetitive and incessant. It's like this, oh God, it's like this loop of war crimes over and over again. Whoops, 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 mistake, mistake. But it's only a mistake when they get caught doing the very worst things. Because we haven't heard that many objections from the West, and you know, unless it's things like the WCK getting blasted from above while Israel had all the information necessary to avoid it, or when tent encampment gets lit on fire in front of our eyes. But you know, even that didn't count as a red line. At this point, the U.S. government still has not claimed that Israel has crossed a single red line in Gaza, but they've taken over the entire territory.
Foreign aid workers, despite the aid group coordinating their movements with the Israeli army. Israel said those who approved the strikes were convinced that they were targeting armed Hamas operatives and not World Central Kitchen employees. Back in March, Israel targeted and killed 2 Palestinians on their bikes and then claimed it had mistaken the bikes for RPG rocket launchers. Are you seeing a pattern? In February, Israeli forces fired indiscriminately at hundreds of Palestinians seeking aid in northern Gaza. Israeli forces killed at least 100 Palestinians that day, and this became known as the Flower Massacre. According to Al Jazeera's reporter who was at the scene, after opening fire, Israeli tanks advanced and ran over many of the dead and injured bodies. Israel's official statements then said Palestinians died after being trampled in a stampede, and that its forces fired at a number of suspects who moved towards their soldiers. United Nations staff who visited those being treated in the Al-Shifa hospital at the time said the injured were being treated for bullet wounds. In December, an Israeli airstrike killed at least 86 people in the Maghazi refugee camp in central Gaza. Then the Israeli spokesperson at the time called it a regrettable mistake and claimed it was down to the use of incorrect munitions. Also in December...
Incorrect munitions? What is that? What does that term even mean?
Israel killed 3 of its own hostages during armed clashes with Hamas fighters. Then, an IDF spokesperson said the 3 were mistakenly identified as a threat. The hostages were reportedly waving white flags. The late Dr. Rifat Al-Arir, a poet and professor of literature from Gaza who was killed by an Israeli airstrike on his home in December, said in a lecture back in 2021,
like if Israel bombs some area here or there, you just ask the question, okay, there must be something that made Israel bomb this particular area or this particular house. But most often, Israel will come out and like, oops, we made a mistake. Oops, we killed these 50 people by mistake. We didn't mean to kill these. We didn't know that Israel that knows everything with the technology and everything here.
Now, when we look back at the killing of 6-year-old Hind Rajab at the end of January this year, Israel's response claimed that its forces were not present near the vehicle or within the firing range. A Washington Post investigation later found that Israeli armed vehicles were present in the area that afternoon. Also, the gunfire audible as Hind and her cousin Leanne begged for help, and the extensive damage caused to the ambulance were consistent with Israeli weapons. All the way back in October, following a suspected Israeli strike on the Al Ahli hospital in northern Gaza, Israel blamed it on misfired Palestinian rockets, a claim they didn't back up with conclusive evidence and one that Palestinian groups vehemently denied.
This story is just... oh, God. Struggled to find a word that actually describes what I'm feeling right now. Just feels like I'm living in this sort of paradoxical moment that just doesn't make sense. It feels like I'm living in some other timeline. Like somehow I switched timelines, and in this timeline, we just let people commit war crimes over and over again in front of my face. In front of all of our faces. And simple whoops is all that's necessary. Even if it's, I don't know, just a pattern of disregard for human life that's quantifiable in a, YouTube video, a book report, just word of mouth. Really, still get the job done. Like, I feel like if you gave a child, right? This is genuinely where I'm at. I feel like if you gave a child this kind of information, right? Like a young child who didn't know anything about this, right? And sat them in a room and gave them all the facts, they would be absolutely... like, just at a loss, right? They would be completely confused how that's a thing that adults are allowing to have happen. But we're all adults, and this is all happening. Insert Tim Pool's whoopsie soundbite. I don't have a Tim Pool whoopsie soundbite. Maybe I need one. I feel like... who uses the Tim Pool whoopsie soundbite a lot? Is it NCC? Or is it the Surfs? I feel like it's definitely one of them. My brain, I can't think of it. Oh, my brain is broken. Just yawned. That is terrible. They're 4.5 hours in. Good God. What have I done? Alright, well, this is the last one. That's right, MR does it too, don't they? Alright, we're going to end this by looking at this protest that blocked a Tel Aviv highway demanding a hostage release deal. Because of the failure, because there are... wait, hold on. If the kids agree with Israel, get better kids. Okay, I can't get behind that. If anything, you can't blame the kids, right? They're just information sponges. You just need to give them better information, or find ways to give them the information better. Better information or information better. You pick. This is the failure. The North is burning, and I've been evicted from my home since October 7th. And from it too long. And everything that is happening here, this government must be dismantled, bring the hostages back. And the deal will happen. It's impossible to live here. It's impossible. It's a shame. That is a shame. Well. People really, really want that hostage deal, seemingly, but it doesn't really seem like Israel is gonna give it to them. I've been trying to be optimistic for what? When did it come out? Friday? Was it Friday? What's today? Well, it's hump day now. It was Tuesday. Very fast. Partly because I've been burned before. I think many of you know I've had my optimism thrown in my face. Multiple occasions, actually. Well, made it through another one. Not sure I feel any better than I did when we started, but maybe I know a few things that I didn't. That's it for me, chat. Till I see you next time. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Shit, that's the wrong one. Oh, God. There it is. Found it. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Mitty, PB, Robot Cat, Morbius Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Moanov, Nadia, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. You too can help produce the Galactic News Network by going to this link in chat. Really helps out. Couldn't do that without these folks. God, I need a drink. Oh no, we have the Galactic UN vote, don't we?